You're live. Yes. Dr. T.
A very good evening to all of you present with us. Right now. So, welcome to the day one of the webinar series RBTS Web Symposium Dr. KKC Patro Memorial Lecture, which is organized by RBTS Homeopathic Medical College in collaboration with Homeopathy 360. So we are glad that today we are back and we'll be continuing the sessions which we could not complete in the previous webinar series. So we welcome first of all the principal sir of RBTS Homeopathic Medical College, Dr. A.B. Angar sir. Welcome sir to the platform. We are glad that you are here. Also, I welcome all the speakers of the day as well as our moderator and coordinator of this session. So we are glad to have you all here. So I just want to just you about the Homeopathy 360 as well as this webinar jump software for all those who have joined us for the very first time. And then the session will be continued and we'll begin with the session of our first speaker, then our second speaker, then third speaker, and at the end we'll be discussing the question answers. So I just want to guide that who are the audience. I would just want to guide the audience. So you have a chat box on your screens wherein you can type your questions and send to us by pressing the button next to the box. So for all the queries, you can post them in the chat box and we'll be discussing them all in the end of the webinar. As you all know that Homeopathy 360 is a platform which is an online portal by BGN Publishers for publication of all kinds of course material, research papers, articles, videos, presentations. And recently during the lockdown times, we have began this webinar series and webinar organizing webinars just to promote homeopathy as well as homeopathic knowledge free of cost to the fraternity by great speakers, as well as we try our level best to bring the best speakers on the platform and so that you get the best of knowledge of all. So we again have with this motto only we have started this RBTS series and RBTS college. We are thankful to RBTS Homeopathic Medical College as well as the whole staff of RBTS Homeopathic Medical College who is behind this webinar series. And also I would like to thank Mr. Manish Jain, the director of VGen Publishers, as well as the team of Homeopathy 360 and VGen for promoting these webinars and also the
Dear participant of this 3 days RBTS Web Symposium, Dr. KKC Patro Memorial Lecture, I welcome you all to this event. We are deeply aggrieved by the loss of Dr. KKC Patro, and I pay my homage to the great soul. It is a personal loss for me, as we have been associated for more than 40 years and we have worked together for the development of this institution. The gap left by this loss can never be filled up. Dr. Patro was an academician par excellence, an excellent administrator, and an equally great clinician. His contribution for the college and for the whole homeopathic fraternity can never be forgotten. His loss is being mourned by the faculty members, his students, and his patients, and the society. As a whole, we pray to Almighty to rest his soul in peace. I especially thank Vision Group of Homeopathy 360 for providing the platform for the promoting the cause of homeopathy. My blessing will always be there for the youngest speakers from this college, and I wish all of them a very bright future. I hope the audience of this webinar will gain something fruitful from the event. With my blessing, I formally begin this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a nice introduction, as well as we also pay homage to the man himself. And thank you so much. I think now it's high time that I should hand over the session to our coordinator of the day, Dr. Jyoti Kumari, ma'am. She is PGT in the Department of Practice of Medicine at RBTS Homeopathic Medical College, Bihar. So she'll be handling over the session further. So I hand over the session to you, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Yashika, and good evening to everyone. Myself, Dr. Jyoti Kumari, PGT in the Department of Practice of Medicine, and I welcome all of you who has joined us or joining us. With a very heavy heart, I begins today's session. It was a very sad fortnight for all of us at RBTS Government Homeopathic Medical College and Hospital as we received the news of death of our beloved Patro sir, Dr. Kotin Kirti Chandra Patro sir was a guardian to our college who had inspired everybody. His untimely death is a sudden shock for all of us. The vacuum created by his death cannot be filled easily. A man with unbound energy, his presence is felt in every aspect of our college. His untiring efforts for improving our academics and hospital is seen as a source of inspiration to all of us. As his student, we fondly remember his teachings, and it will be a treasure for us for throughout our life. Sir, you will keep inspiring throughout life. I also thank our principal, sir, Dr. A.P. Bhushan Angar, sir, to say such phenomenal words about Dr. Patro, sir. आपने सही कहा सर, पात्रो सर का जीवन एक प्रेरणात्मक दिए की तरह है जो हमें सदैव मार्गदर्शन करता रहेगा. उनकी सिखाई हुई बातें हमें सदैव जीवन में अच्छा करने के लिए आत्मसात करेंगी और हम उनकी बातों को अपने जीवन में हम अपनाएं, यही हमारी तरफ से उन पात्रो सर के लिए सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि होगी. Now moving towards our program, I would like to introduce our speakers of the day. Today we have some very learned speakers from our college. We have Dr. Amit Sahani sir, Assistant Professor in the Department of Repertory. Then we will have Dr. Manila ma'am in the Department PGT in the Department of Practice of Medicine, and then we will have Dr. Shruti Prabha in the Department of Practice in the Department of Materia Medica. I also request our audience to, if they have any queries, they can put it in our chat box, and all of them will be answered by our speakers at the end of this session. So let us begin today's session, and let me introduce to Dr. Amit Sahani sir, Assistant Professor in the Department of Practice of in the Department of Repertory. Dr. Amit Sahani sir is born in a very illustrious family of Dr. B. Sahani sir from Bihar. He has done his graduation in homeopathy from the very prestigious National Institute of Homeopathy. He has done his MD from GD Memorial Medical College and Hospital, and of course he also has done his PG from MK Bhavnagar University. He is the author of Conspectus, the widely followed book by our PG students, and he also has represented various seminars at various international and national platforms. Sir, I would like to hand over you, and sir, please take over it.
So, thank you, Dr. Jyoti. Thank you, Dr. Yasika. Respected principal, sir, all my teachers, the faculty members, students, my friends, good evening everyone. Thank you Manishji for giving us this opportunity. We had to stop midway in the previous webinar series because of the sudden demise of our most senior faculty, Dr. KKC Patro sir. This incident has shaken all of us and we pray for the departed soul. He had devoted himself to homeopathy and this college will never forget the services he has provided in the long span of 40 years. He was an epitome of perfection, a well-read person who was constantly looked for his expertise. I pray to Almighty to give him peace in his abode. Now let me begin my session today. Today, I'll be discussing on the clinical approach with the integrated repertory and materia medica. And with my sincere respect to Dr. Patro sir, I begin this lecture. Next slide. Yes. So today we begin with the theme of integration. And this integration of repertory and materia medica, I'll try to explain, I'll try to illustrate how both of them are correlated, how both of them are complementary to each other. So with this theme of integration and this inspirational quote from Buddha, I dedicate this to all my teachers. A guru is not someone who holds the torch for you. He is the torch. So thank you all for being the torch bearers of homeopathy and enlightening my life with homeopathy. So this is a quote by Dr. Jyoti Kent. The physician must penetrate into the inner recess of the symptoms. The very life of the patient must be opened and laid bare. Learn the fears, the instincts, the desires, the aversions of the patient. The remedy will often crop out through the affections. So Dr. Kent, he is urging here to bring out the doctor within us, the physician within us, fathom deep, come up with the different indications, come up with the different instincts, the fears, the aversions. And these are the indications that can lead us to the simillimum. Dr. Hahnemann kept himself busy with the systematization of his brainchild, homeopathy. He was of the opinion that indexing the symptoms of materia medica, the fragmentary understanding of this concept is seen in the Fragmenta book of Dr. Hahnemann, published in the year 1805. Further ideas of this understanding of the repertory or the making of the repertory was seen in the Materia Medica Pura. In the Materia Medica Pura, in the preface, he has given very precisely that we have to come up with the symptom and we have to mention the name of the medicines against the symptoms. The medicines has to be written in short. This is what he has written in the Materia Medica Pura. Now, this is the fragmentary. We can say not the fragmentary, but the initial understanding of the context of the repertory. ना सो एक मॉडर्न रिपर्टरी का मैं कहूंगा कि ये परिकल्पना थी जिसको कि डॉक्टर हैनीमैन सर ने बहुत पहले ही रखा था. So thereafter he prepared one index in 1817 in his own handwriting. He used to consult it when necessary. He has 4 volumes of this reference book in 4239 pages. Now this had slits to hold little square pieces of paper and was cut in the corner so as to slip them into slits and able to change them at need. It was never published. But through the letters of Dr. Boning Hassan, we understand that one of the main reasons for its not being published was financial reason. He was not able to pay to his publishers. But later on, when the time came, he was also not able. He did not publish his repertory because he came up with more better ideas. He came up with more better ideas. He was convinced with other repertories and other repertories in the form of Dr. Boning Hassan repertory. So the clinical setup, the case processing requires the following step. Now it begins with case taking. Then we go for the analysis and evaluation of the symptoms. We do it as per the repertory. Whatever repertory we have to follow, the evaluation has to be done accordingly. And then finally we frame the totality and we go for the repertorial analysis. The repertorial analysis has to be confirmed with the Materia Medica, and the medicines has to be prescribed accordingly. So this is the basic flow chart. We can say this is the basic processing of the case, which will yield the similimum. Now we can say that Dr. Hahnemann, he had proved the medicine on himself, his family members, his followers. He had his own bunch of followers and provers who were proving the medicines. And in spite of this, he felt the need of a repertory. है ना, एक ऐसा आदमी जिसने खुद पे दवा को अनुभव किया है ना, खुद पे सारे दवाओं का अनुभव, सारे लक्षणों का अनुभव है, वो एक रिपर्टरी की जरूरत को महसूस कर रहा है ना. एंड ऑल्सो we see the advantage that he was having. The number of the medicines were very limited, and all of them he had, almost all of them he had personal experiences. But in spite of that, he felt the need of the repertory. He justified the need of the repertory. He said a repertory in practice will be a necessity. The genius of Dr. Hahnemann recognized the need for online support for the clinic. The fragmentary observations were unifying the conveying status of the life represented as totality of the symptoms were indicators for the similimum. The fragmentary observations from the patient, they form the basis of the totality of the patient, of the symptoms. And this is the ultimate guide in the selection of the medicine. And if you don't have these fragmentary observations, these fragmentary symptoms, and repertory is made in such a way that once you combine these fragmentary observations, we should arrive at that unit called totality. So it should be like representing the theme, the patient in a theme, or we can say the thematic understanding of the patient, and this can be correlated with the symptoms of the medicine. So now here we have Dr. Jugal Kishore. He had said some of his quotes are there in justification, or in what we can say in favor of repertory. The regular repertorial work is a refresher course in Materia Medica. This is the first one. Then he said it is a frequent companion and helper. Repertory is not just an index, but an extremely useful instrument to know and handle. Repertory does not restrict the Materia Medica. It makes it more available. So definitely, repertory helps in the exploratory study of the Materia Medica. We gain more knowledge of a medicine through its rubrics when applied practically or clinically. We gain informations of those symptoms which may not be mentioned in a regular Materia Medica, but is one of the symptoms of that medicine. So बहुत बार ऐसी बातें आती है, बहुत सारे ऐसा रूब्रिक्स आता है जहाँ पे कि एक सिंगल मेडिसिन है, और हमने मेटेरिया मेडिका में अपने जो भी मेटेरिया मेडिका हमने पढ़ा है उसमें वो इन्फॉर्मेशंस नहीं है. सो रिपर्टरी इज हेल्पिंग अस टू इंक्रीज अवर इन्फॉर्मेशंस ऑफ द मेटेरिया मेडिका, टू enhance our knowledge of the Materia Medica. And finally, as all the stalwarts have said, repertory, the Materia Medica should be the final guide. We should confirm our medicines from the Materia Medica and follow accordingly. Now, this is one of the, again, we come back to Dr. Kent. He says that at the final stage of differentiation, when choice has been limited to a few remedies, the homeopathic Materia Medica should be studied carefully, and selection of the remedy finally made on the basis of the picture presented in it. So we have to make the finer differentiations. We have to make the finer choices of the medicines on the basis of these small informations, these small symptoms that we can help as for the differential diagnosis, we can say, and a differential diagnosis of the medicines. So what I believe, that repertory and Materia Medica should complement each other. The unifying concept should prevail, and this should be reflected in the thematic presentations of the patient. Now, Dr. R.P. Patel, another stalwart, he has said that consulting a repertory is better than seeking advice from a person who is not in this situation. मैं कहूँगा कि this is very true from homeopathic perspective. where we give utmost importance to the individual, व्यक्ति विशेष हम लोग बात करते हैं कि वो व्यक्ति विशेष जो है वो the patient sitting in front of me, he is most important. The symptoms of the patient analyzed using this repertory will give more confidence in prescribing, and the symptoms analyzed using this repertory, they will give more confidence in prescribing, and they will help us to realize that what exactly the situation is in which the patient has to be correlated. So we have to give importance to the patient as a whole, that individual that has come to us in the form of a patient, and the individuality should guide us. The individuality should guide us in the final selection of the medicine. And repertory, it is one of the platforms, it is one of the tools that will help us to arrive at this minimum. So we have got some fragmentary of informations. So what happens in a repertory is that when symptoms are broken down into fragments, they are done in such a way that their unification won't alter the meaning of the symptoms. हम लोग जब रिपर्टरी में सिम्टम्स को ब्रेक डाउन करते हैं, it is broken down as per the logico-utilitarian approach. When they are again recombined, the meaning of the symptoms should not change, and that is the basic of the construction of a repertory. So indexing of the symptoms without losing the features. The indexing should be done without the symptoms losing their features, and so that the characteristic of the remedy है ना, जिस लक्षण के लिए वो दवा वहाँ पे इंगित है, जिस लक्षण के लिए वो दवा वहाँ mentioned है, it should be realized. And the book Fragmenta, it is an exemplification of this idea of Dr. Hahnemann. So understanding the fragmentary observations and unifying them again is the basis of this book, and we see it through whatever rubrics, so whatever medicines have been instructed in this repertory. Now this one, the clinical skills, they require online Materia Medica, and repertory, it is functioning as a database for consultation. So basically repertory was developed for this, and a repertory was developed to manage the data stored in the Materia Medica. Now we have seen the medicines, they have come up with so much information, and we can say that the Materia Medica has exploded. Now exploded in the sense of medicines, exploded in terms of the number of the symptoms inside that medicines. So so this repertory, it is being right now used as a database. It is right now being used as a storehouse of informations where you can revert the Materia Medica, you can go back to the Materia Medica and finally make the consultations. You can finally make the final choice of the medicines. So repertory is acting as an indicator. And what Materia Medica is doing, Materia Medica, it brings out the complete essence of the medicines, whether the medicine is actually indicated. Now, many a times we see we repertorize the case, and we repertorize the case mechanically, and the medicines which is coming in the first place may not be the indicated medicines. Now, may not be the indicated medicines, mainly because we have not gone to the essence of the patient. We have not considered the individuality. We have considered the fragments. We have considered the small symptoms. So that is a wrong approach, and it can be checked. And it can be checked using the Materia Medica. If the medicine doesn't correlates with the individuality of the patient, now we should not go for it. We should go for whatever the indications of the patient is suggesting. So we are getting the language of the patient. The language of the patient, it has to be observed in the indicated medicine. Now, what is the language of the patient? The language of the disease. So the disease expresses itself through the vital force. Now we have learnt in the organon of medicine, the language of the disease is the language. It expresses itself in the form of symptoms. So the distressed vital force, it uses the oldest and the most universal of all languages in the world, the sign language, the way of expression, the way the patient is presenting in front of us. The symptoms language, it forms the basis of the final selection, the final choice of the medicine. Repertory, It will only help us to reach closer to the destination. Our Materia Medica, they have the richness of the patient language. We have the Materia Medica, we have the Puritan Materia Medica, we have the different forms of the Materia Medica. We have seen in the earlier lectures, Materia Medica has been categorized into so many forms. But that Materia Medica, they have the richness of the patient's language, and they are a treasure of informations. Our Materia Medica, they are a treasure of informations where the real utility of the medicine that has come up in the repertorial analysis can be justified using the Materia Medica. Now, as I told you, it is a vast storehouse of medicines, both the Repertory and Materia Medica. Both of them, they are having their own bulk of informations. Repertory, it is we can say a revert form of Materia Medica. Materia Medica, it is exploding with informations. Number of medicines are increasing every day. Right now, we have more than 4,500 medicines in our this Materia Medica. And many of the symptoms, they are very much close together. There is a quite likeness, quite similarity between the medicines. So we need to make a sort of differential diagnosis among the medicines. Now, there are some collateral symptoms in the patients. There are some symptoms which are overlapping features among the medicines, but still each of the medicines, they have their own characteristic values, their own characteristic symptoms, and we need to make a differential diagnosis. We need to understand whether the medicine is properly indicated in that patient or not. The patient will express the disease. The patient will express the disease as a unit and as the oneness, not by the scattered symptoms. And ek lakshan jo hai, they are not indicating the simillimum, but the unit should be indicating the simillimum, and that is the theme of the repertory. These scattered symptoms, they serve us the best in the final differentiation between the remedies. So that is the utility of these smaller symptoms, these characteristic symptoms, what we call as the characteristic symptoms. They will help us in the final differentiation among the remedies. So the remedies, the patient should be indicated by as a unit, as the oneness. Sorry, yes. So Repertory and Materia Medica, they are complementary to each other. They are made to supplement each other. And both of them should be utilized in a very rational manner. They should be used in a very logical way, so that the informations of one should complement the other, and we are able to come up to our object. We realize our object of finding the simillimum. So that is the basic object, that remains our basic object. And now I'll try to exemplify, try to demonstrate this thing through the cases. So let me come to the next slide. Now we have a case, a patient suffering from chronic back pain. Jessica ji, what is this echo? So we have this case of chronic back pain. A patient, maybe 60 years, a male patient. The physical appearance is well-built. He's in the police. He's working in the Department of Police, and he's coming up with a complaint of severe back pain in the lumbar region. The nature of the pain is something. It is aggravated at the night after 5 p.m. Also aggravated after walking. There is amelioration from the pressure, binding, and even warm application. The patient weeps with pain, and he even complains of fever. And this suffering is since 40 years of age. Since the patient was 40 years of age, he has developed this complaint, and this is up till now. Presently, he is in running into the 60 years of his age. So almost 20 years of suffering. Now, what we found among the other complaints that he had come up for was that there was dribbling in the urination. There was dribbling in the urination, and the pain in the chest, it was aggravated by the flatulence, and the pain in the abdomen. This he was complaining of since a long time. The stool was constipated, and he also complained of erectile problems. This was a complaint of long standing for him. In the past history of the patient, we see the gallbladder, he had gone for the cholecystectomy 7 years back. Most of the time he used allopathic and homeopathic medicines, and no other complaints were there as well. In the past history, this is what we had today. Now coming to the family background, the patient's father was a farmer. He had died of old age and had some minor urinary problems. The mother was a diabetic and she died of old age. He was brothers and sisters. There were only 5 brothers. No sisters were there. And nothing significant in other family members. And we tried to trace some diseases on the maternal and the paternal side, but no disease as such was found. Now the patient was married at an early age, and wife is also suffering from joint pain. He has 1 son and 3 daughters. All of them are well settled, so no problem was there as such on their aspect. Now, the patient understanding that the patient as a person. Now, since he was working in a police department, he was an active police officer since he joined. He joined the police service as a constable and was gradually promoted to the level of an inspector. In spite of his position, he has maintained mildness, yet more concerned about self-security. So that sense of insecurity was there. He used to talk a lot, was very active in his service, and security is prime. Security is prime, which became more with the nature of his job. The more he was getting involved with the nature of his duties, the more he was becoming conscious of the security in every aspect of his life, mainly the security related to his family. So very sensitive to his life matters. Very sensitive to his life matters. Understanding the mind of the patient on the mental examinations, examining the mind of the patient, we found the memory was average. The anger was normal, but he used to express them only by scolding. He preferred company and used to weep with pain. By nature, he was mild and he preferred black color. The physical general symptoms and the particular symptoms were like this. He was feeling better while fasting. He felt more active while he was empty stomach. Back pain was tearing in nature. He used to get cramp in the lower limbs. He used to like sweet and pungent things. And he disliked the fruits. Fat and fatty food used to aggravate the gastric conditions. So that was all the physical particulars that we had evolved for the patient. We framed the following repertory totality. We selected the following rubrics from the synthesis repertory. The following rubrics were selected: mind, weeping pain with, mind loquacity, mildness. In the generalities chapter, food and drinks, we found aversion for foods, desire for sweets, and desire for pungent things, and aggravation for fat. He was better with fasting. The back pain, the back pain was tearing in nature. The extremities, there was cramping in the lower leg. Now we repertorize this case using these rubrics. using the radar Opus software, and you can see the repertorial analysis in front of you. Arsenic is coming out highest among all the selected rubrics, with covering all the 10 symptoms that we had selected with an intensity of 15. This was followed by phosphorus, then pulsatilla, sulfur, nux vomica. So an analysis of the symptoms there. Analysis of the symptoms there, we find arsenic, is covering the highest grade, followed by phosphorus and sulfur. Now let me try to justify these medicines. Justify these medicines from the Materia Medica. So let us discuss these medicines from the Materia Medica. Now arsenic, what we have seen in the life situation of the patient, the insecurity is very much dominant. Whether it is because of the nature of the job or whether it is because of the constitution of the person, the arsenic, the insecurity, that is the key feature of arsenic. It is very much seen there. Then we have arsenic. We know it as they are very mild and anxious, and as such, I think it is the rightly chosen simillimum. And we didn't think of phosphorus. Because so much tolerance was there, and there was and phosphorus as such, they do not have the weeping nature. The changeability, the key feature of pulsatilla, the changeability is the key feature of pulsatilla, that changeability was lacking in this patient. Sulfur, the patient was not so much imaginative. As sulfur. So we cannot go for sulfur for this patient. Nux vomica, the objectivity is lacking. The objectivity of nux vomica, the workaholic nature, the being precise to the situation, being very much particular, is lacking. And definitely we cannot go for lycopodium because he was very mild-natured patient, not very much manipulative. So, what is this voice problem, Dr. Yasika? So now what we what we selected for the patient was arsenic. The main characteristic was the insecurity that was very much dominant, the mild nature of the patient, and of course that repertorial totality that was guiding us to the simillimum of arsenic. So we started this arsenic in 0/1 potency. It was transmitted, and we waited. We waited for the reply of the patient, and the reply on 5th of August. The medicine was started on 31st of July 2018. The patient again reported on 5th of August 2018 that he was having, he complained of intermittent loose stool after 2 days after the medicine. After the transmission of the medicine, after the medicine was started, there was a loose stool. So we didn't do any change in the medicine. We waited with the medicine, and we asked the patient to report again thereafter. On 16th of August, he reports the pain was much better, and the stool was also normal in routine. So we again waited. With the same medicine, and the patient was asked to report again. On 28th of August, he again complains of pain in the lower limbs, in the legs, in the thighs, although the back pain was better. So we still didn't do any change with the medicine. and we remained static. On 13th of September, the patient remained static. Almost all the pain was gone. So till now, almost a month, we have not done any change in the medicine. And we started on 31st of July, and almost 1.5 months, no change of medicine has been done. So, sorry. Again, on 29th of July, the patient complains of pain and with fever, and this time fever has come up. But the thing is that he used to weep in pain, but this time he didn't weep. But still, we went for a change in the potency. We went for arsenic in 0/3 potency, and he was asked to report again. Just after a few days, after a week, on 1st of October 2018, he reports that fever was gone, pain was much better, and he was feeling much better. So we got positive indications from the patient, and we waited again, and the patient was asked to continue the treatment. He was asked to report again. On 26th of October, he complained. He was expressing that he was feeling much better. The pain was not there. The fever was not there. So we waited with the medicines. On 19th of this November, he said there was some acidity, but pain was not there. So what we did, we didn't go for an increase of the potency this time. And it was a minor. It might have been a minor variation in the food habits. So we just gave 10 strokes to that vial of the medicine. And the patient was asked to report again. On 18th of December, he says he is feeling very comfortable, no pain, and was very energetic. We followed this case for 6 months, no complaints as such. So we discontinued the medicine for the patient, and he was on placebo. But we encouraged the patient to report again, so that we could follow whether there for any relapse of the complaints. So he again reported. We followed this patient for further 6 months, and in between this time, he didn't complain of any back pain, and so and he's right now quite all right. He's enjoying his active life, and we can take this patient. We can assume this patient to be a cured case. Now let us have a discussion about the selection of this arsenic once again. So once we see the result, we can definitely understand that arsenic was a perfect similimum, but that from that beginning, the feeling of insecurity, which was very much dominant, and the job circumstances, it just aggravated the situation. The job just aggravated his insecurity, just brought forth made him more insecure. So the threats that brought the insecure feeling at the pathological level. So the insecurity had now assumed a pathological level in the patient. So we selected we concentrated upon that insecurity of the patient, and besides the other symptoms of the patient, his mildness, the nature of the fastidious was fortified with the discipline of the police life. So police by nature, they are expected to be quite disciplined. So the similarity with arsenic. And so you can see in the case, we didn't use even any intercurrent medicines, or any intercurrent medicines was required. And we followed the patient, and we saw he was on the right track, and finally he was cured of his complaint. So that was one case. Now I have one more case for you. So this is another case. Now it is again a male patient of 37 years. He's complaining of incoherent speech, a tendency to stammer. Now this is a very lean, thin sort of person physically, and he has increased sexual inclinations. He's also complaining of sexual impotency right now. So we took up the case and we examined it, and among the other complaints that he was also complaining of, he was more restless towards evening, with increased thirst. There was pain in the inguinal region after excessive masturbation. This is what the patient said. He developed knee pain, and this joints pain was aggravated after walking. And this complaint he was complaining of since he complained of since the past 4 years. He also now he's a 37-year-old man, young man. He is complaining of hair falling since the past 17 years. There are eruptions in the hand, and the eruptions, they are pustular in nature, and along with it there is itching. So this is complaining since the past 3 years. There is gum bleeding with offensive mouth odor. So these were all the present complaints of the patient. In the past history of the patient, he says he had otorrhea. He had otorrhea in childhood. It was treated allopathically. He also had swelling at the time of birth, he said. So it might be hydrocephalus. Since we don't have the reports, nobody knows exactly what it is, but it may be exactly hydrocephalus at the early stages. Then excessive masturbation since early age. Now he says in the past he has also consumed bhang, the cannabis, in 1999, which was presumed to be adulterated. Bhang, and that too adulterated bhang. He relates it to be the first cause of his illness. He says कि जब से ये लिए है ना तब से ये problem हो रहा है. So in his early childhood, he had suffered from fright. The family history of the patient suggests the patient's father, he was a farmer. He had died of old age, and he had some minor mental complaints. The mother, she was diabetic. She was also having joint pain, and she was the guardian of the family at present. Right now, she was the guardian. The patient, he was living with the mother. He was the only one among the siblings, and nothing significant medically was found out from the family members. He had married recently, just 2 years back, and the wife was suffering from a tumor in the mammary. There were no issues, no children till now, and the patient's grandfather, he was an irresponsible person. And one of his maternal aunt, Namosi, she had died of cancer of the bone marrow. So that was in the family history of the patient that we could collect. Now let us analyze the life situation of the patient as a person. So he was presently a student and pursuing a chartered accountant course. He was also undertaking tuitions, teaching students with maths for his monetary problem, for supporting himself financially. He was undertaking some tuitions also. Now, what we understand from his own understanding, from his own complaints, that he was a sexually oriented person. Sexual thoughts were overcrowded with constant planning. He also had the habit of unnatural sexual act with his genitals, but he had no sexual contacts with others. He's suffering from many delusions, delusions like snakes, and he's a self-indulged sexual person. We can call him as a self-indulged sexual person, more tendency towards masturbation, and he had no extramarital sexual contacts. Now, understanding the mental setup of the patient, the mental symptoms of the patient, the memory on the memory front, we can understand he was a very forgetful person. Even what he studies, he used to forget, and he used to even forget the faces of the persons. And even the persons who I've met recently, he would forget the face of the person. He would not easily recognize them. Then he used to be angered easily. There was anger from contradiction. He used to throw things from anger. There was a nature to masturbate or insert some objects in his anus. And there was also trembling with anger. He preferred company. He had a weeping tendency which was aggravated on consolation, है ना, समझाने से और ज़्यादा मतलब बढ़ जाता था रोना जो है. And the anticipation of the patient, he had great anticipations. He had lots of anticipations, है ना, ये कैसे होगा, है ना, why this is not happening. So he had lots of anticipations, and definitely he had anxiety for the career and his money matters. Since he was dependent, he had anxiety of his career and money matters. So that was the mental makeup of the patient. On the physical front, we find he used to have discharges from the ears. He has even reported of photoria. The mouth was partially open while he was sleeping, and in the sleep, the mouth was partially open. It was reported by his wife. Then there was some car sickness also, and a traveling sickness also. He used to vomit when riding in a car in a vehicle. Then desire for sweets were there, and he cannot remain empty stomach. He was aggravated by fasting, and the perspiration odor what we have collected was offensive. He has told of it earlier also. The stool was hard and constipated. He was sleepless. He used to take the sleeping pills. With disturbed sleep, he becomes very violent. नींद नहीं पूरा हो रहा है, then he is becoming very violent, and the dreams, they are frightful. The dreams are frightful. Then the repertory totality that we have constructed from the case that we have collected. So the rubrics that we have selected for this case, we can the first one is the ailments from fright. Now he has a history of fright in his early childhood, and that may be one of the starting point of the disease. Then there was ailments from sexual excesses. It is very much evident from the case. Male genitalia, masturbation disposition. Mind, he complained of anticipation. Then throwing things around. In anger, he used to throw things around. He was very much violent in anger, and we can also call him an impulsive person. And perverse, pervert. So perversity for the love, that was another rubrics that was selected for him, for his pervert sexual nature. And then mouth speech stammering was there. And then we have fasting aggravate from the generalities. So we have collected 10 rubrics altogether for this case. And the repertorial analysis was done again using this Radar Opus software. And the medicine that was selected for this the repertorial analysis that is coming up is Staphysagria. So all the 10 rubrics, Staphysagria is covering all the 10 rubrics, followed by Nux vomica, sulfur, lycopodium, phosphorus, causticum, mercurius. So we have medicines. The repertorial chart is there on the screen. But let us analyze what should be the medicines that can be prescribed to the patient. Now, from the repertorial chart, we see Staphysagria, it was covering all the 10 symptoms with an intensity of 21. Nux vomica, it was covering 9 symptoms with an intensity of 18. Sulfur, it is covering 9 symptoms with an intensity of 12. Lyco, it is covering 8 symptoms with an intensity of 17. And phosphorus, again 8 symptoms with an intensity of 15. And mercurius with 8 symptoms with an intensity of 11. So the medicines, we refer to the Materia Medica, each of them. Staphysagria, I'll say it will be a good simillimum for this case. Now, apart from the repertorial totality in support of this medicine, we have all the infection was due to overindulgence. And Staphysagria is the medicine of overindulgence. This man has an overindulgence in everything. He was obsessed. He was having so much obsessed thought regarding his sexual activity. He was indulged too much in the sexual activity. So the overindulgence can be the guiding, can be one of the guiding feature, guiding symptoms in favor of staphysagria. Now we cannot go for nux vomica because again the patient is not very much objective. No, he's not very much objective. He's okay. He's taking tuitions. He's trying to earn money, but that is the life situation of the patient, and he gets depressed also very soon. So we cannot we cannot go for nux vomica for this patient. Then again, sulfur. Okay, there was a brooding nature. The planning was there, but he was not very much thoughtful. He was not very thoughtful, so we cannot think of sulfur also for this patient right now. Then lycopodium. This patient seems to be a victim of circumstances. Father died at an old age, and he is living under the guardianship of his mother. His uncles are there to dominate him all the time. So he can be a victim of circumstances, but he is not manipulative. He has not become manipulative. So we cannot also go for lycopodium for this patient. Then phosphorus. So he was not. He is in his own world. He doesn't likes to increase that world. He cannot diffuse into the world of other. The diffusion, that is the characteristic of phosphorus. And mercurius. He was not very much changeable. Now, so all these medicines that were in the repertory chart. Now, we prefer to go with the staphysagria on the characteristic keynote of overindulgence, on the theme of overindulgence, which is well reflected in this patient. So this patient, he was transmitted with staphysagria in 2017, 27th of July 2017, and the patient was administered staphysagria, and we waited. We asked him to report again. Just 2 days later, now see the anxiety of the patient, see the anticipation of the patient. Just 2 days later, he is complaining of mental restlessness, and he's also saying he is having dreams of the dead person. So we waited. Just 2 days back, we had started the medication, so we waited. No change was done to the medications. We gave him placebo, and we asked him to wait. So in between, the patient didn't report for 2 months. So we waited all through this course of 2 months. Again, all of a sudden, on 5th of October, he turns up. He explains that he was not feeling okay, and sadness was persisting. So he was not reporting and was advised by his family. So he came. अपने से नहीं आए हैं, परिवार वालों ने बोला है ना, वाइफ ने बोला है, इसलिए क्या कहते हैं आए हैं. So almost after a gap of 2 months, we still expressed our confidence in this medicine staphysagria, and what we did was we gave only 10 strokes to that vial of medicine, and the patient was again asked to follow up, and he was again asked to report. On 17th of October, he reports that there are some skin eruptions that are appearing. So now we said, now yes, the action has started. Now we will wait. So it was a positive indication for us. Now we are going to, we found some positivity coming out of the medicine, and we waited for the medicines. We didn't do any change. Now on 31st of October, he says that the skin problems are gradually increasing. Now his focus has shifted from his own complaint to the skin. Now he was now much worried about the skin. But we made him understand what was the consequence. Now we made him understand if we try to correct this skin eruptions now, then his major problems will not be okay. So he was okay with it. He said, okay, he will bear with this skin complaints, and we waited with the staphysagria. We followed the patient. He came in between lots of time in between this course of 6 months. The skin eruptions, they also started discharging now, and the discharges शुरू हो गया था, and it covered the whole body. So he was lamenting with the situation. लग रहा था कहीं गलती तो नहीं कर दी है आपके साथ इतना दिन वेट करके. but markedly we noticed the speech to be much better. Now, the stammering was much improved, although he didn't like to admit it. And I खुद नहीं बताना चाह रहा था कि अच्छा लग रहा है, but we were noticing this change. He didn't feel like that. We kept consoling him, and it took about 6 months for the skin problem to get finished. So in this, between the 6 months, he came in between a lot of time, and complained of his skin eruptions, complained of the discharges, and altogether we on the medicine front we didn't do any change. We waited with the same Staphylococcus 0/1, and finally almost by the end of 6 months, the skin eruptions got okay. His speech was also now better, which was noticed by his family members, and he also admitted now he was feeling better with the speech, and the stammering was much improved now. And so we waited. On 12th of this March 2018, he says he was feeling much obliged for getting rid of his skin problem. His speech was also much improved, and he wished to continue treatment for the better life settlement. So now we stopped the Staphylococcus. We removed that hair from the Staphylococcus. We detached the medicine, and we just gave him placebo, and he was asked to continue. So he is still coming to us. In between, we gave some medicines for his acute illness. Some acute illness came up in between. Arsenic removed almost all acute illness that came up in between. So he's presently also is keeping well. He keeps us visiting us frequently, and but the problem that he came up for, that stammering of his voice, the voice that was not clear, it is much better now. He's enjoying his active life, and he's still continuing with the treatment. Now, regarding the medicines that we have selected, so this patient I say he was indulged in sexual activities, but he was not very much daring. Now, the life situation of the patient suggests he was not very daring. The symptoms that we have collected for him, he had developed the speech problem gradually. Speech problem to baad mein aaya na. Previously, he had many skin eruptions which were treated with ointments and other medicines, and it was deeply suppressed. The speech problem, he says, he came after 1999 when he had taken cannabis. जब भांग लिए थे, that adulterated bhang, that was responsible. But skin problem ka suppression with allopathic ointments, it was going on for a long time. So that skin eruptions, they had been pushed to the back seat, and it aggravated the situation. So soon after that treatment, since Staphylococcus was the simillimum for this patient, the skin eruptions started coming up, and it came up in a very violent manner, though it involved the whole of the body of the patient. Only because we didn't change the medicine, and the patient had expressed confidence in us, he bared with that skin problem, the medicine, and did not prescribe any other medicine, his condition of the mind and speech also got cured. In this case, we had handling of the skin eruptions by cajoling him, by scolding him. We made him understand, we made him bear the problem. And now he is feeling much obliged that we made him do so. We made him bear with the skin problems. So one more, this last case. Now this is a case when I was a student of homeopathy, and a student at National Institute of Homeopathy used to come in between to my father's clinic, and this is a case of that time. So and also a very interesting case also. So I have put up it in my presentations here. So this is a case of a 50-year-old lady at that time. Her age was 50-year-old, and she was also a lean, thin lady. And she was a diagnosed case of cancer of the tongue. It was detected only 1 month back, and it was very painful, and progressive ulceration was there. And since it was progressive, it was at the same time causing weakness to the patient. The case study of the patient, on the case study front, apart from the other complaints, we found she also complained of fever, which was more at the night, and since she was suffering from this for the past 8 days. And she was also complaining of eczema in the foot. And she complained that the itching was more in the rainy season. So these was the two major complaints. These were the two major complaints that was seen among the patient. Then the past history of the patient, we see that this patient also had skin eruption in the childhood, and she had menopause 14 years back. Apart from this, nothing significant was noted in the past history of the patient. In the family history, father had died of old age. No complaints as such was noted. The mother, she had also died of old age, and no complaints as such was noted from her. Among the siblings, one of his brother, among the 4 brothers and 3 sisters, one of the brothers had died of cough. And we are not very sure whether it was tuberculosis or not, but in the local dialect they said it was TB-like. Okay, so that was the finding from the siblings. Nothing significant as such was noted from the other family members. Now she was married at an early age of 16 years, and her husband was okay, and she had 6 sons and 1 daughter. So all of them, they were quite all right. No complaints were as such noted among them. Now, understanding the patient's life situation, we find that she is an illiterate lady coming from a rural life background. She is committed to all the family members, but at the same time, there is a wish that she could see the outside world. She could visit the outside world. She was a caring sort of lady, doing all the houseworks, and everybody was satisfied with her way of working. And she was also not aware of her disease. The parents' attendants, they had not disclosed this fact that she was suffering from cancer. So the report was made available to us, and we were asked not to tell this thing to the patient. So that was the life situation of the patient. Now, understanding the mind of the patient, the memory was quite okay. She was a mild lady with quite sympathetic. The weeping nature was there. She used to weep very easily. She liked consolation, and there was a desire for she desired activity. She could not sit idle. She used to like to do something all the time. Among the physical generals and the particulars, she used to complain of vertigo at the time of fever. There was a bitter taste in the mouth, vomiting while riding in a vehicle. She desired milk. Her appetite right now was very poor. There was perspiration on the face, and she liked spring weather. She felt better in the spring, and she felt better in fasting. An empty stomach, she felt better. So we had selected these rubrics for the patient. The patient, the rubrics that were selected was from the mind chapter. It was mildness, again sympathetic from the mind chapter. Consolation, ameliorate, again from the mild chapter. Vertigo, heat during. Mouth, cancer, tongue. Stomach, vomiting, riding in a carriage while. Fever, night. Skin eruption, eczema. Generalities, discharges, ameliorate. Generalities, fasting, ameliorate. And desire for milk is there. So altogether, we had selected all these rubrics. And this is the repertorial chart from her file at that time. And at that time, it was not radar opus, it was radar 8. And we had selected all the 11 rubrics. And I hope you can see, and although it is the image is not very clear, but it is phosphorus coming with 11, covering all the 11 symptoms with the intensity of 23, and followed by silicea, and again followed by sepia. So that was the repertorial chart from our file at that time in 2004. And now I have again repertorized the same case I have repertorized the same case using this radar opus software, the current radar opus software. And again, the repertorial totality is again coming up with the same phosphorus, coming up with 11, covering all the 11 symptoms with an intensity of 23, and followed by sulfur and again sepia, and then pulsatilla. तो बाद के medicines में कुछ changes हुआ है, but the first medicine remains the same. Now, the choice. Let us discuss this choice of the medicine. Now, as we see that repertory from the repertorial analysis from Radar 8 in 2004, it is also suggesting phosphorus covering all the 11 symptoms with an intensity of 23, followed by sulfur covering 10 symptoms with an intensity of 19, sepia covering 10 symptoms with an intensity of 19, pulsatilla covering 9 symptoms with an intensity of 19, silicea also covering 9 symptoms with an intensity of 19, and arsenic with an intensity 9 symptoms with an intensity of 19. Now, having a discussion about the medicines, the case is quite outstanding for phosphorus. So we observe that the patient is very caring sort of lady. Now, very much confined, but the desire to go out, is there. The nature, the desire to diffuse out. And what we have been taught from our teachers of Materia Medica, that phosphorus is a very diffusive medicine, and I would like to mix up very easily with the others, and has a desire to see the outside world, and this is very much evident in this patient. We didn't go for sulfur because she was not so much thoughtful lady. सल्फर के लिए नहीं सोच सकते हैं इस पेशेंट के लिए, बिकॉज उतना ये क्या कहते हैं कि गहराई में सोच नहीं है. देन वी हैव द नेक्स्ट मेडिसिन दैट वाज देयर वाज sepia. So the indifference is not there, and she is a very caring lady, taking care of all the livelihoods of the family, she's caring for the others. So she cannot be sepia. That indifference has not started, so she cannot be sepia. So as far as pulsatilla was concerned, she was mild, but she was not changeable. Okay, and silicea, so we can consider that she is affectionate, but she has her own will. She has a strong will. And arsenic, she cannot be arsenic because she was not anxious and used to handle the situation very calmly. And moreover, that insecurity was missing. Although she had a desire to move out to see the outside world, but she continued caring for the family. She continued doing the livelihood. So that was the discussion regarding the medicine, and the obvious choice was phosphorus. So on 1st of July, phosphorus 0/1 was transmitted to the patient. The attendants, they were asked to report even the minor changes in the patient. They were asked to report. And on 8th of July 2004, nothing significant was noted, but we didn't do any change with the medicine. The medicine was continued as it was. Then she again reported on 13th of August. So the mouth taste was insipid. बहुत सादा, बहुत फीका फीका लग रहा है मुंह का स्वाद जो है. And she also was feverish and headache. She also complained of headache with a chill sensation. ठंडा लग रहा था. But again, we didn't do any change with the medicine. Phosphorus 0/1 was continued. On 20th of August, she said कि the attendant said कि the fever was okay, the headache was also okay. On 2nd of October, the attendants reported that there was no further changes. So whatever that headache had disappeared after that time, it was more or less stagnant. So there was no progress. So we just gave 10 strokes to the patient. On 30th of October, they reported that she was feeling better in the mouth. That insipid taste, वो better feel हो रहा है. We again gave 10 strokes to that medicine of phosphorus. On 4th of November, again here eruptions are coming up. Eruptions like boils are coming up. So we waited. No changes was done. What happened, Jessica ji? Yes. So she came up on we have one slide missing. So in that, the patient again reports on almost we have missed up almost 1 year of follow-up in between. So she is complaining again on 2nd of November 2005. Tongue conditions, they are much better. On 10th of December 2005, they said ki the tongue had healed up. The skin eruptions were also decreasing. The whole year of 2005 in between, she had complained of skin eruptions, and that slide is missing from here. I don't know how. Then on 20th of April 2009, the patient kept reporting till 20th of April 2009, but with some minor problems of the tongue, she was completely okay. And the patient, they stopped reporting after that. है ना, पेशेंट जो है उसके बाद आना बंद हो गया, तो हम लोगों ने भी दवा को बंद कर दिया. We stopped the medicines. The medications were stopped. So this case was followed up for 5 years. For 5 years, from starting from 2004 to 2009, we followed the case, and there was no relapse of the complaint. The patient was feeling to be cured, so she left the treatment. Abhi recently, another patient came up and she said कि आपने एक patient को पहले ठीक किया था. So we came up, we retrieved the file of the patient. And his son had come up recently on 31st of July 2020, and we came to know that she is still living, she is still alive, and there is with no complaints of the tongue, no skin trouble. And अभी recently पता चला कि completely and a patient diagnosed with tongue cancer, and she is now 66 years old. She is still taking care of her family, and see the shift from phosphorus 01 to 03. This was only sufficient to solve the case. This case was beautifully retrieved, beautifully cured of cancer just from the move from phosphorus 01 to 03. And what was the indications that we had taken up for the patient? That diffusibility nature of the patient, that mind, the mental makeup of the patient. So let me conclude my session now. The homeopathic practice has to be research oriented. We need to make analysis. We need to make proper analysis ki why we are prescribing the medicines. And just simple repertorial objectivity will not be sufficient. And these minor symptoms will not be able to justify the medicines. We have to justify the medicine considering the patient as a unit. The oneness of the patient should reflect whatever medicines we are selecting for the patient. So we have to develop this habit of constantly consulting the Materia Medica and the Repertory at the same time. We have to confirm the medicines from the Materia Medica. And every new case is a different. We cannot fully apply the previous experiences in the present case. So with this, I come to the end of my session. And if you have any questions, please put up there in your chat box there. You can email me. The WhatsApp number is there. So thank you everybody.
Thank you so much, sir. Your lecture was quite relevant, and explaining the importance of Materia Medica in relation with the repertory was quite awesome. I once again thank you. Meanwhile, I request our audience, if they have any question, they can put it in our chat box. Sir will answer them at the end of the session. So moving forward to our program. Now let me introduce you to the second speaker of the day, Dr. Manila ma'am, PGT in the Department of Practice of Medicine. She has done her BHMS from the very prestigious National Institute of Homeopathy. She always sets her expectations high from her teachers for her praiseworthy efforts on the subject and cases. Today, she is sharing her clinical experience on the topic of psoriasis. So let me take over to Dr. Manila ma'am. Ma'am, please take over the session. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Dr. Manila ma'am. I just want to request you to please refresh your button and join again. There may be some technical issue. Please refresh and join again. Yes, thank you so much.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you audible as well as visible.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just give me a minute. I'm uploading your presentation. By the time you can just greet everybody. Ma'am, please keep your video on.
Thank you, Jyoti, for the warm welcome. Thank you, Yashika ji. A very good evening to all the respected doctors, teachers, and all the viewers who have joined us today. To begin with, I would like to thank our principal sir, Dr. Professor A.B. Angar sir, for giving us this opportunity. Secondly, I offer my prayer for the departed soul of Dr. Professor K.K.C. Patro sir, who was the guiding force for the academic activity of our college. I hereby dedicate my presentation to sir. Moving ahead, I would like to congratulate and thanks Dr. Amit sir for his such an informative session, which at the same time has built up the pressure on me. So without further delay, let me get started with my presentation up to when Yashika is uploading that.
Is it visible, ma'am, to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Just see on the screen, you have a next button on the screen only, wherein you can rotate and just run the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I got that. My topic is psoriasis, which is a skin disease condition. The skin is the body's largest organ, and it being the least harmful organ of our body, nature endeavors to throw the internal dysplasia to this harmless organ. Skin, as a mirror of health of a person, reflects numerous internal disorders upon it. The Global Burden of Disease project has shown that skin disease continue to be the fourth leading cause of non-fatal disease burden worldwide in 2010 and also in 2013, emphasizing the role of dermatology in the ever-expanding field of global health. Proceeding with the session, start with the topic psoriasis, which is a papillosquamous disorder. The papillosquamous disorder are skin lesion with red or purple papules or plaques with scales. It is a non-infectious and chronic inflammatory disease of the skin, which is characterized by well erythematous plaques with silvery scale. It is an autoimmune disease condition and an autosomal dominant disease condition. The size of lesions vary from pinpoint size to a large plaques, and it may manifest as a localized or a generalized pustular eruption. When we come to the incidence part, it affects approximately 2% of the population, which occurs at any age in both sexes equally. That is, it affects both sexes equally, and it peaks during the 20s and late 50s. The most commonly affected site being the extension of the body, that is the elbow, knee, legs, lower back, face, palm, and sole, as we can see from this diagram also. Relating to the history, the Greek had a word for it, sora, which means to itch. It was Galen who identified psoriasis as a skin disease through clinical observation and was the first to call it as a psoriasis. While it was Robert Whelan, the father of modern dermatology, who is credited with first detailed clinical description of psoriasis, and hence we can also call psoriasis as a Whelan's lepra. While the association between the arthritis and psoriasis was first described by Alibert in 1818, and the American Rheumatological Association recognized it as a separate entity in 1964. International Federation of Psoriasis Association presents the World Psoriasis Day as an annual day dedicated to people with psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis, which is celebrated on 29th of October. While August is a National Psoriasis Awareness Month, offering the opportunity to educate the public and dispel myths associated with the disease condition. Next, proceeding with the next epidemiology section. According to an article which was published in 2016, the worldwide prevalence psoriasis is estimated to be approximately 2 to 3%, with higher prevalence in the polar region of the world. While in tropical, subtropical countries like India, the prevalence of psoriasis may vary from region to region due to a variable environmental and genetic factors. On the same year, a global report was published by WHO, that is in 2016 only. The reported prevalence of psoriasis in countries ranges between 0.09% and 11.43%, making psoriasis a global problem with at least 100 million individuals affected worldwide. There are basically two epidemiological patterns of psoriasis, type 1 and type 2. Type 1 being the onset is in teenagers and early adult years and having a family history of psoriasis. While in type 2, the onset is in late 50s and 60s, where the family history is less common. Next, proceeding with the etiological part, the cause of psoriasis is not fully understood, but it is believed to have a genetic component. Several susceptible foci for psoriasis has been identified, but the major determinant of psoriasis is PSORS1 gene located within the major histocompatibility complex on chromosome 6p, while HLA-CW6 is the susceptible allele within PSORS1. It is an autoimmune disease condition, so autoimmune reaction is one of the etiological factors. Next, proceeding with the pathophysiology, there are mainly two pathophysiological aspects to the abnormalities of psoriatic plaques. First being the keratinocytes hyperproliferation with abnormal pattern of differentiation involving the retention of nuclei in the stratum corneum layer of the skin. Here, time necessary for the psoriatic epidermal cells to travel from basal cell layer to the surface and be cast off is reduced to 3 to 4 days, in contrast to the normal, that is 26 to 28 days. While the cell cycle time is reduced to 37 hours rather than 163 hours. So, the cell cycle time is reduced in this condition. Normal events of cell maturation and keratinization does not occur, leading to production of thick epidermis with immature nucleated cells in the stratum corneum layer, which we call as parakeratosis. Secondly, the large inflammatory cell infiltrates are seen in the epidermal cell layer, comprising polymorph cells, T cells, and others are also present. This is the diagram showing the same feature, that is the cell in the basal layer of the skin dividing too quickly, and the newly formed cells move so rapidly to the skin surface that they become evident as a profuse scales on plaques of the epidermal tissues. There are different factors which causes flare of the psoriasis, that is the triggering factor for the psoriasis condition. They are different, like trauma, infection, sunlight, drugs. There may be the rebound effect of corticosteroids, or it may be caused due to emotion, that is anxiety or stress or any other emotional cause, smoking, alcohol consumption, or weather. In trauma condition, we see that the lesions appear in areas of skin damage. While in infection, we can see that the person is suffering from beta hemolytic or a streptococcal sore throat infection that can trigger the psoriasis condition. Also, in sunlight, which is a rare cause, or that may be called as that is a rare trigger factor for the psoriasis condition, it has been observed that in most of the cases, sunlight gives the soothing effect to the lesions. While in few cases, it has been observed that it may trigger the case. Drugs like anti-malarial drugs, beta blocker drugs, lithium, steroids, and use of these drugs causes decrease in cyclic AMP that causes low intracellular levels of calcium, which leads to the lack of differentiation and increased proliferation of keratinocytes. Also, the rebound effect of corticosteroid is there. We can call it as a withdrawal effect, or similar to addiction. The body becomes used to the effect of steroids, and the body need to use more and more of the drug to have the same effect. When we stop using the steroid, the skin has a rebound effect, or we can say the symptoms re-emerges. In case of stress, it increases the level of chemical inflammation, and psoriasis being the inflammatory disease condition, it aggravates. When the person is using smoking or doing alcohol consumption, it can reduce the effectiveness of the treatment procedure. And in weather, we can see that In most of the cases, in winter season, psoriasis triggers. Next, we'll proceed with the types of psoriasis. First being the plague type of psoriasis, which is the most common type. Lesions are well demarcated, red, dry, with silvery white skin.
शटडाउन नहीं होगा बाबा, बैटरी कम खाएगा, तुम देख लेना, वो खाओगी तो सिर्फ ऑन हो जाएगा.
Size of lesion being differing to coin size to a palm size or even larger. When the size of lesion is of coin size, we can term it as numerous psoriasis, while when the lesions are of palm size, we can term it as psoriasis geographica. There is a term elephantine psoriasis. In this, psoriatic plaques are surmounted by thickened horny layer, and if they become dry, they are very much painful. They are termed as elephantine psoriasis. The most common site for the plague type of psoriasis is the extensors. Sometimes a scalp may be involved where it extends beyond the hair margin. Next is the gutted type of psoriasis, which we also call as eruptive psoriasis, most commonly seen in children and adolescents. The past history of streptococcal sore throat is there, and the characteristic of lesion being the droplet-like thin pink to salmon-colored papules are seen, or plaques with fine white scales are seen. The most common site affected being the trunk, and while the palm and sole are spared. Next is the erythrodermic psoriasis, which is a less common. It is usually manifested in patients with long-standing unstable chronic disease condition. It covers the entire body and no margins of the lesions are found in this condition. Characteristic of lesion being the red peeling rash that itch and burns intensely. It is a generalized scaling erythema is found there. It may be associated with systemic dysregulation, like it may be associated with hypothermia, protein loss, water and electrolyte imbalance, dehydration may be there, or heart failure may be there. In hypothermia, in severe psoriasis condition, it leads to erythroderma, which increases the amount of water evaporating from the skin and heat loss is there. So hypothermia condition may develop. As the transit time is shortened, exfoliation of skin are incompletely keratinized and contain material normally retained by the skin. That is included like protein, amino acid, nucleic acids are there. So heavy protein loss is there. Water and electrolyte imbalance are there. Dehydration may be there. That is protein and fluid are lost, leading to dehydration condition. And erythrodermic psoriasis should be differentiated from generalized plaque psoriasis. It can be seen that generalized plaque psoriasis is not associated with the systemic discoloration, and there the plaques are margined. While in erythrodermic psoriasis, we can see that margins are not prominent and it is always associated with the systemic dysregulation. Next, we'll come with the pustular type of psoriasis, which is precipitated by pregnancy or sudden withdrawal of corticosteroids, local irritants, and infection. There are basically two varieties of pustular psoriasis. First being the generalized form, which is a rare form, and there is sudden onset in this condition. There is small style pustule erupt on the red basis and generalized desquamation occur. The episodes are characterized by fever with temperature ranging from 102 to 103 degree Fahrenheit. While the next is the localized form, which affects the palm and sole, and small pustules over the chronic plaques are seen in this condition. Next one, the palmoplantar pustulosis is a form of pustular psoriasis only. Here the chronic pustular eruption of palm and soles occur, which is not a life-threatening complication. Next is the acrodermatitis continua of Halope. It is a rare form of pustular eruption on the tip of finger and toes, which spares the underlying joints and bones. There is impetigo herpetiformis is seen, which occurs during the third trimester of pregnancy, which involves the flexor part. While we have seen that in psoriasis cases, mostly the extensor part of the body is involved. And the impetigo herpetiformis may result in miscarriage or fetal abnormalities may be seen. Next is the inverse psoriasis, which we also call as intertriginous psoriasis. It is an uncommon form occurring in the flexors or intergenous part. Again, we see here the flexor part is involved. The area like groin, axilla, under the breast, skin folds are affected, and it causes smooth patches of red inflamed skin, which is aggravated from the friction or sweating. So we can see that in obese patient where the skin folds are much more, we can see in that type of patient, inverse psoriasis type is most common. Next is the nail psoriasis. It is seen in 50% of the patient with psoriasis and up to 90% of the patients with psoriatic arthritis. There are different nail deformities are found, like nail pitting, which is random, irregular, large pits on the nail. There is subungual hyperkeratosis, which we can see in the first diagram. There is a scaling under the nail due to the excessive proliferation of keratinocytes in the nail bed. In the next diagram, which is showing the onycholysis and the salmon patch, which is also called as oil drop sign. In onycholysis, there is detachment of nail from the nail bed, and in salmon patch, that is also called as oil drop sign, there is a translucent yellow-red discoloration in the nail bed, which is proximal to the onycholysis. Just we can see in the diagram also. Next one is the psoriatic arthritis. It is an inflammatory arthritis condition generally with a negative rheumatoid factor, which is associated with psoriasis. And it develops most commonly between 30 to 50 years of age. There are different 5 subtypes of psoriatic arthritis. First being the symmetrical psoriatic arthritis, which resembles rheumatoid arthritis condition. Next is the asymmetric psoriatic arthritis, which can involve any joint. Next is the classical psoriatic arthritis, which involves mostly the distal interphalangeal joints. And arthritic mutulence is there, which is severe and deforming one, and osteolysis may be seen in these conditions. And last one being the predominant spondylitis condition. Pediatric psoriasis. It begins in childhood in almost 1/3 of the cases. Clinical picture resembles mostly the adult disease condition, that the symptoms are more or less same, and the few of the symptoms may differ in distribution and morphology. It has been observed that there is a neonatal diaper rash is seen in children. The most common type of psoriasis affecting are gutted type of psoriasis, and here we can see the face involvement. Plaques are smaller, scales are fine and softer than the adults one, and there are also nail changes seen, which is reported in 40% of the children with psoriasis. Approx 7% of all the patients suffering from pediatric psoriasis with juvenile idiopathic arthritis appears to have juvenile psoriatic arthritis condition. The clinical feature of psoriasis is there's different symptoms along with some signs are present. First, we'll discuss the symptom part. The rashes or red patches are seen. Inflamed skin with silver colored scales are seen. The skins are itchy and painful. There are cracks and bleeding of skin when involved area is scratched, and the disorders of fingernails and toenails are observed in this condition. Different signs are seen in this condition, like auspis sign, Kubner's phenomena, oil drop sign, onycholysis, or Voronov sign. In this diagram, first diagram we are seeing the Voronov sign, which is just a white blanching around the psoriasis lesion. In first diagram, we can see that. In onycholysis, that is represented in the second diagram, which is loosening or separation of the nail from its nail bed. Usually, it starts at the tip of the nail and it progresses back. Next is the oil drop sign or salmon patch sign, which I have already discussed in the previous slide also, which is just a translucent yellow-red discoloration in the nail proximal to the onycholysis. And we can see here in this diagram, auspis sign is presented. Auspis sign is appearance of small bleeding points after the removing of a layer of scales from the surface of psoriatic plaque condition. In next diagram, we are seeing the Kubner's phenomena. It is appearance of skin lesion on the line of trauma. Also seen in the Kubner's phenomenon are also seen in some other conditions like lichen planus, flat warts, or vitiligo. Psoriasis is not only a disease having a highly visible symptom, rather also associated with multitude of psychological impairments. A person suffers problems in daily life like humiliation, rejection, employment capacity reduced, and negative emotions are there. Unfavorable self-perception may be seen, negative behavior pattern, patient experience discrimination in public places and work environment. Psychological comorbidities are also common in this condition like depression, there may be suicidal ideation or anxiety may be there. Stigmatization, it is a social problem and only a greater social awareness of the psoriasis may lead to the better understanding and acceptance of the patient with his dermatosis. And women reported greater impact of self-esteem, clothing choice, and treatment problems. Social support may be the particular importance, and social support may buffer the negative consequences of the disease condition, which can enhance the self-esteem for the better adaptation to the disease. In addition to its detrimental effect on the current quality of life, teasing can have a devastating long-term effects on mental health, predisposing children to a anxiety disorder, and also the social phobias may be there. Next, we'll proceed with the diagnosis part. Diagnosis is clinical, which is based on recognizing the cardinal morphological lesions of psoriasis. Well circumscribed, sharply demarcated erythematous plaques or papules are seen. Voronov's ring is found, which we have discussed in the previous slide. When Voronov's ring is removed, scandal grease sign is there, that is greasy to touch. On further greatest, Barclay membrane is seen, which comes off as a whole. When this membrane is removed, a wet surface with multiple pinpoint bleeding is revealed. As we can see in this diagram, the Barclay's membrane is removed. When this membrane is removed, a wet surface of multiple pinpoint bleeding is revealed, which is called as auspicious sign. And along with this, typical nail changes are also seen, which we have discussed in previous slide also. The nails may be brittle, pitting of the nail plate may be there, or distal onycholysis may be there. For diagnosis, we can collect the history from the patient. We can do the physical examination also. Skin biopsy are advised to the patient, for which is done under the local anesthesia. The different biopsy methods like punch biopsy used, save biopsy used, excisional method and incisional method is also used. In punch biopsy, we see a circular tool is used to remove the small section of the skin, including the deeper layer like the epidermis layer, dermis layer and superficial fat layer. In shave biopsy, which involves using a blade to slice off a small section from an outermost skin layer, which we can see from the diagram also. Next is the excisional biopsy used, which removes the entire lesion with a scalpel. And incisional biopsies involves taking a part of large lesion. That is, whole of the lesion is not taken, but only a part of the lesion is taken. And next, we can advise for blood and radiographic test, which to rule out any psoriatic arthritis condition, leading to certain comorbidity or complications are associated with the psoriasis condition. There are different comorbidities like fluid and electrolyte imbalance is there, low self-esteem is there, depression, stress, person may be suffering from depression or stress condition, metabolic syndrome condition, joint damage, infection, gastrointestinal disease and liver disease, or there may be oral disease condition, which we'll discuss in the further slide. There may be fluid and electrolyte imbalance. Stress experienced by psoriasis patient aggravates the activities of adrenocortical hormones. There is increased level of sodium in blood, and also the increased level of sodium-potassium ratio is there, which leads to dry skin and mucosal membrane presenting scaly patches on the surface of skin. Next is psoriatic arthritis condition. It is also the complication of psoriasis, or it is also a type of psoriasis. There is prevalence of 10 to 30% of the cases, and as clinical feature being the pain, swelling and tenderness of the joints surrounding the ligaments and tendons. It can progress to an erosive polyarticular disease with joint destruction, and there may be the loss of function. Skin disease typically present before arthritis in more than 80% of the patient, and psoriasis symptoms usually precedes joint symptom by an average of 10 years. Psoriatic arthritis is equally common in men and women both, and the onset of disease is usually between 30 and 55 years of age. While the psoriatic arthritis is classified according to the Casper criteria, that is the classification for psoriatic arthritis criteria. Next comorbidity is metabolic syndrome. That is, metabolic syndrome is frequently seen in patients with psoriasis. Metabolic syndrome can be defined as a central obesity and the presence of two or more of the components, raised like a raised triglyceride level or history of treatment for this lipid abnormality. There may be reduced HDL cholesterol or history of treatment for this lipid abnormality. There may be raised blood pressure or treatment of previously diagnosed hypertension. There may be raised fasting glucose level or previously diagnosed type 2 diabetes mellitus. Any of the two components may be present with the central obesity, then we call as a metabolic syndrome. Obesity is the common comorbidity of psoriasis, and multiple studies have demonstrated that patients with psoriasis are more frequently overweight, having BMI more than 25, or obese, having BMI more than equal to 30, compared with patients without psoriasis. It has been demonstrated that a higher BMI coincides with a greater degree of psoriasis disease severity. Obese individuals exhibit many symptoms of chronic low-grade inflammation, although the causal nature of the relation between psoriasis and obesity remains unclear. A process mediated by pro-inflammatory cytokines derived by type 1 T helper cells is common to both psoriasis and obesity, and is considered to be crucial to the underlying pathogenesis of these two conditions, both the obesity and the psoriasis condition. However, new findings indicate that obesity selectively promotes expansion of the T helper 17 cells lineage, and interleukin 17A mediates many important interactions between the adipose tissue and the immune system. And the new study suggests that interleukin 17A is expressed at elevated level in obese individual as it is in psoriasis patient. This is a vicious cycle of psoriasis and obesity. Psoriasis can lead to a stress condition, or the vice versa. Stress can also be a trigger factor for the psoriasis condition. When the person is suffering with stress, they may adopt a bad lifestyle, like more alcohol intake or smoking may be there, junk foods and beverages may be used. The person undergoes sedentary lifestyle, which will lead to the obesity. And again, obesity can lead to the psoriasis condition, which may trigger the psoriasis condition. So it is a vicious cycle of psoriasis and the obesity both. Next is the cardiovascular disease condition. Patients with severe psoriasis are at greater risk of developing cardiovascular disease, and systemic inflammation has been associated with development of atherosclerosis, which suggests that psoriatic patient may be at greater risk of developing the cardiovascular disease condition. This is a diagram which we can here see that psoriasis condition is there. Psoriasis can trigger as it is a psoriasis is an autoimmune disease condition, so there may be release of cytokines. These cytokines, that tumor necrotic factor or interleukins, may trigger the systemic inflammation. This systemic inflammation, there may be release of more of the kinase, and these kinase interrupts the function of insulin, which will lead to the insulin resistance, and insulin resistance can cause the diabetes type 2. And there is a decrease in nitrous oxide level and increase in adhesion molecule level, which will cause to the endothelial dysfunction. And this endothelial dysfunction, there will be recruitment of inflammatory cells, like there will be the platelet aggregation also, or there may be rise of fibrin component also. This will lead to the atherosclerosis part, and it may rise to the coronary artery disease condition, that is blood vessels get narrows, and that may lead to the finally to myocardial infarction condition. Next is the gastrointestinal and liver disease condition. The prevalence of gastrointestinal disease and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is greater in psoriasis patient. The prevalence in psoriasis patient compared to the general population for non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is 48 to 59% in comparison to 20 to 30%, which is a normal person. In Crohn's disease condition, it is 0.5% with a ratio of 0.004 to 0.04%. In ulcerative colitis, it is 0.5% in comparison with 0.05 to 0.007%. And for celiac disease condition, it is 0.2 to 4.3% in comparison to 1%. And the magnitude of association with psoriasis seems to be greater for celiac disease, Crohn's disease, in compared with the ulcerative colitis condition. Psoriasis and Crohn's disease are inflammatory disorders primarily mediated by T helper lymphocyte producing cytokines such as tumor necrotic alpha and interferon gamma. In recent years, an important role for T helper 17 cells has also been found, and in Crohn's disease as well as in psoriasis. Non-alcoholic fatty liver disease includes conditions ranging from relatively benign fatty liver to non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, fibrosis, cirrhosis, and eventually it can cause hepatocarcinoma. The metabolic syndrome is associated with both psoriasis and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Next comorbidity is the malignancy condition. Psoriasis is associated with increased risk of malignancy, although supporting data is inconsistent. The risk increases in greatest for a patient with severe psoriasis treated with systemic therapies, and minimal or no risk at all for patient with milder disease condition. The increased risk mainly for lymphoproliferative cancers and non-melanoma skin cancer. However, defining the contribution of psoriasis to the cause of lymphoma is a complicated matter since these diseases are rare. The risk of psoriatic patient developing lymphoid malignancy may be attributable to the pathophysiology and also to the treatment of psoriasis. In addition to the lymphoma and non-melanoma skin cancers, psoriatic patients are at greater risk of developing other malignancies, including those of the head, neck, and affecting the solid organs like liver, pancreas, lung, breast, kidney, and also the genitalia. The next comorbidity is the psychiatric disease condition. Moderate to severe psoriasis is associated with marked physical and psychological morbidity, with up to 40% of the patients reporting that their disease has negative effect on their ability to daily function. High anxiety scores have been reported in over one-third of the psoriatic patient and clinical depression in as many 60% of the cases. There also appears to be an association between psoriasis and the lifestyle choices which the patient choose that can have a negative impact on the general health of the patient and which can contribute directly to both medical and psychological comorbidity. Next is the oral disease condition. Dental cavities and periodontal disease condition. Dental caries is a major oral health problem in most industrialized countries, affecting 60 to 90% of the school children and a vast majority of adults. Severe periodontitis, which may result in tooth loss, is found 5 to 20% of the middle-aged adults, and there is intraoral psoriatic lesions can affect the buccal mucosa, palate, and gingiva. Lesion can manifest as yellow to white borders. Frank ulceration and desquamative gingivitis can be seen there, and asymptomatic with tenderness and burning sensation may be there. There also appears to be an increase in frequency of geographic tongue and the fissured tongue in the patient with psoriasis. There are different assessment tools which are used for measuring the severity of the psoriasis condition. The first being the psoriasis area and severity index, that is the PASI. It combines the assessment of both severity of lesion and the area affected. Here body is divided into 4 sections, that is head, arm, trunk and leg. Head comprises 10% of the body area, arms comprises 20% of the body area, trunk 30% of the body area, leg 40% of the body area. Each area is scored separately and then all the 4 scores are combined. For each section, the percentage of area of the skin involved is estimated and then it is transformed into grade from 0 to 6. If the grading is less than equal to 10, then we say that it is mild type of psoriasis, and when the grading is more than equal to 10, we say that it is suffering from moderate to severe type of psoriasis. Next assessment tool is the body surface area, in which we calculate one palm of the hand representing 1% of the total body surface area. Next is the dermatology life quality index. It is a 10-item questionnaire evaluating the quality of life of patient. That is, here we ask the patient about the quality of life they are dealing with, and total scores is up to 30. If there is no effect on the patient's quality of life, that is the psoriasis is not affecting the patient as a whole, then we score as 0 to 1. And if there is a small effect on the patient's quality of life, we score 2 to 5. Similarly, moderate effect on the quality of life leads to 6 to 10 score, and if there is very considerable effect on the quality of life of the patient, it is scored 11 to 20, and for extreme cases it is measured as 21 to 30. Next, we proceed with the management part. The goal of management are to slow the rapid turnover of epidermis, which is one of the cause of psoriasis, and to promote the resolution of the psoriatic lesions, and to control the natural cycle of the disease condition. We should advise first to avoid the precipitating or aggravating factors, and there is an assessment is made of lifestyle because psoriasis is significantly affected by the stress condition. So assessment of lifestyle is needed for the cases. In the treatment part, topical agents are used, like emollients are used for diminishing the itch. Food is used like to normalize the differentiation and inhibit the proliferation. Calcipotriol is used, which is a vitamin D analog, which helps to reduce the thickness of the plates and enhances the scales. There may be side effects of using the calcipotriol, that is, person may be suffering from mild local irritation and eczema may develop. Next, we can give corticosteroids, which are local skin creams, ointments, but when they are stopped, the psoriasis returns, which we have discussed in the previous slide, that is a rebound effect of the corticosteroids. Next is the Gaukerman therapy, which is a specialized form of light therapy, and it is a regimen for treatment of plaque psoriasis using combination of crude coal tar and artificial ultraviolet radiations are used in this condition. Next is the phototherapy. In this, PUVA, that is psoralen and ultraviolet A radiation is used. It slows down the excessive skin cell growth. The person is first given a tablet containing psoralen compound, or psoralen may be applied directly to the skin. This makes the skin more sensitive to light. So when the skin is then applied to a wavelength of light called ultraviolet A radiation, because ultraviolet A penetrates the skin more deeply than the ultraviolet B light. So ultraviolet A is more preferable. We can use ultraviolet B radiation also, It penetrates the skin and slows down the growth of the skin cells. There are two types of ultraviolet B treatment, that is the broadband and the narrowband. In narrowband, small range of ultraviolet light is used, which clears the psoriasis faster and it produces the longer remission cases. But there is also a side effect of this condition. The person may be suffering from sunburn, skin changes, premature skin aging may be seen in this condition. We should advise patient for a lifestyle modification and certain home remedies to the patient, like we should advise them for proper bath, which will help remove scale and calm inflamed skin, and use of lukewarm water and mild soap may be used. We should advise patient to avoid the hot water, and we can advise to use moisturizer after bathing, which we can say that apply a heavy ointment based moisture with the while the skin is still moist, and if the skin is very dry, oil should be preferable, as they have more staying power than cream or lotions do. Exposure, we should advise them to expose their skin to a small amount of sunlight, which is a controlled amount of sunlight and can improve the psoriasis, but too much of the sunlight can trigger it. So as we have seen that sun can be a rare cause for the trigger of the psoriasis condition. We should advise them to avoid psoriasis triggers if possible, like smoking, stress, injury to skin, and intense sun exposure. And avoidance of alcohol is needed because use of alcohol may decrease the effectiveness of some psoriatic treatment. Certain diets may be recommended to the patient, like as the psoriasis is an inflammatory disease condition, we can recommend anti-inflammatory foods to the patient, like fruits and veggies, especially berries, cherries, leafy greens, salmon, sardines, omega-3 fatty acid rich diet like walnuts, flax seeds, soybean oil, etc. This omega-3 fatty acid reduces the triglycerides and increases the good cholesterol, that is HDL level in the body. Avoid processed food and refined sugars, as refined sugar may increase the risk of obesity, diabetes, or the heart disease condition, and gluten-free diet should be advised to the patient. Next, we'll proceed with a differential diagnosis, as psoriasis is a papillosquamous disease condition. It can be differentiated from the different papillosquamous disease condition like lichen planus, pityriasis condition, seborrheic dermatitis condition, candidiasis molliensis condition, or the dermatophytosis condition. And if we see the psoriasis, the miasmatic background is a mixed miasmatic skin manifestation, which is predominantly psoriatic and cytotic manifestation. There are different manifestations in psoriatic manifestation. Sorry. When we deal psoriasis with a miasmatic background, psoriasis is one of the mixed miasmatic skin manifestation. Predominantly psoriatic and cytotic manifestation is there. In psoriatic manifestation, we can see there is dry, rough, dirty, or unhealthy appearance is there. Itching is much more, and all psoriatic manifestation are associated with coldness and emulated by the heat condition. In cytotic manifestation of psoriasis, we can see that the skin manifestation tend towards the overgrowth and extra deposits, and the nails are ribbed or ridged, and the moles or warts are seen, which are wine colored. And skin eruption of this stigma occur in the circumscribed spot, and there are exfoliation of eczemas also in cytotic manifestation. When we come to the syphilitic manifestation, there is pustular eruption with suppurate. Eruptions occur especially about the joints or the flexure part. In color, they are coppery or brownish. The most striking characteristic of this syphilitic eruption is that they do not itch and there is very little soreness. If these eruptions progress to scaling and crust, as they usually do, these are very thick and occur in patches or circumscribed spots. As we know that homeopathy is a scientific system of therapeutics and is based on identifying the individual as an entity, and then selection of similar is done. So cases are done with the totality basis, but there are few remedies which we can think of while dealing with such cases. like arsenic album, in which there is excessive scaling is seen, burning is seen. There is worse in evening and night and by cold application, and it is better by warm application. Next drug is the arsenic adratum. Here the exfoliation of skin is seen and extreme dryness of skin is seen with the inability to perspire. And although we see that ars iode is a hot patient, but the skin symptoms are better by local application of heat. Next drug is the sorinum, which is a psoriatic eruption disappear in summer only to occur in winter, and with there is aggravation from bathing and from warmth of bed. Skin itches and when warm and wearing woolen clothes, there is aggravation of the symptoms. And psoriatic eruption develop after mild treated infection, diseases or long lasting brief reaction is there. Next drug is the thyroidinum. There is psoriasis associated with obesity, and skin is dry, cold hand and feet is there. The eruptions are symmetrical with serpiginous margin in thyroidinum cases. Next drug is the sulfur. The skin is dry, rough, wrinkled and scaly, and the skin eruption is aggravated at night in bed and in morning. Scratching and washing and wearing woolen clothes also aggravate the condition. The skin burns whenever the patient scratches, and the disease is it is used in such cases when the disease is suppressed by some local measures. It is thought of often chronic and obstinate cases of psoriasis also. Next drug is the petroleum. There are other drugs also like mercosol, nitric acid, lycopodium, graphitis, in which we see the folds of skin are mostly affected and there is a gluey moisture seen. Next drug is the calibrome. Here the eruptions are present mostly on chest and breast, and ill effects of worry. There is ill effect of worry, loss of business, loss of reputation, and embarrassment is seen in calibrome patients. There are certain rubrics which are related to psoriasis, which I have collected from the synthesis repertory only. The rubrics may be in different chapters, like in head chapter, face, mouth, back, extremities. There are many rubrics in extremities chapter, and we can also find a few rubrics in skin chapter, and in general chapter there is a one rubric in general pain, bone, which is accompanied by psoriasis. This is the rubric. In Hahnemannian view, in chronic disease has expressed this idea that the skin being the least harmful organ of body, nature endeavors to throw the internal dyscrasia to this harmless organ. And this is also a consonance with the Herring's law of cure. Most of the skin diseases are not disease of the skin, but they are constitutional disease which manifest themselves in the skin and try to produce an outlet for the disease matter by the way of skin, and the skin act as a safety valve. As detailed by Hahnemann in different sections of Organ of Medicine, skin diseases, though externally present, should be treated with internal malady for a radical cure to occur, and in no condition external application should be applied which will remove or suppress the chief symptom of one-sided disease condition. Hahnemann has even advocated against the use of external application for affection of skin, counting that such external application will remove the indication for homeopathic selection of the medicines. It is dangerous to stop the safety valve of an overcharged boiler. It might explode. It is equally dangerous to stop the outlets of disease which seeks an outlet through the skin by driving the disease back into the body by means of poisonous disinfectant ointments, washes, etc. So ointments and other treatments should be avoided because it may linger the case, which produces healing of the skin to endanger the body as a whole. And the fact that a skin eruption is a healing process of nature is a perfectly obvious one. Here I would like to support my presentation with a case which I encountered in my OPD duty. So here is the case of a female aged 43 years. She was residing in Gobarsain district in Muzaffarpur only, and she came to me on 18th of September 2019. Her present her presenting complaints were itching with scaling of skin was there for last 5 years. It was scales were present on abdomen, back, thigh, and inframammary region. And on inquiring, she narrated that the symptoms or the lesions itching aggravated in night on getting warmth, on perspiring, sun heat, winter season, and it was ameliorated by application of oil. There was symptoms like prolapse of uterus for last of she was suffering for last 1 year, and which was aggravating while passing stool. And sometimes she complained of pain in left lower extremity, which on inquiring she didn't mention any modality factor or any onset also. Next comes is the history of present complaint. The onset is gradual one, and site of onset being the it is started in the inframammary region only and expanded to different parts of the body. And the past history has she was had undergone allopathic treatment for the same complaint 2 years back for 3 to 4 months, and she has also suffered from filariasis condition 6 to 7 years back. Under family history, in paternal side, I couldn't find out anything significant. And maternal side, tuberculosis, diabetes mellitus, and tuberculosis was found in maternal side. And on inquiring, she told that her sister and brother both were suffering from tuberculosis only. In personal history part, she was a housewife having 2 children. And on inquiring about addictions, she couldn't say anything much, but she said that she takes 2 to 3 cups of tea daily. Diet was regular. Under generalities, the physical general appetite was normal, which she cannot tolerate hunger, and thirst was moderate one, but prefers cold water. There was a strong desire for sour food, spicy food, and warm food, and aversion was for sweet. And next to the milk, I have graded the symptoms according to her conversion only. Intolerance, there was no such intolerance which I could found in her. Stool was clear, but sometimes she told that she is suffering from required stool. Urine, frequent passes of urine was there, which was especially at night, and it was burning while urination, and there was itching on parts after urination also. Perspiration, profuse offensive perspiration was there, and she was suffering from sleeplessness for last 2 months due to itching, and sometimes she dreamed of dead person also. When I inquired about the salivation, she told that there was profuse salivation, which especially at night, and tongue was moist and flabby. On inquiring about thermal reactions, she told that she was equally affected by both heat and cold. That is, she was ambithermic in nature. Under menstrual history, I found she was having a regular menses, and which was scanty one. Under mental general, I couldn't find much of the symptom, but as she narrated, there was contradiction from anger, and she always wants to be alone. While during the disease conditions, she has become very much sensitive to the noise. Under general examination, I couldn't find anything abnormal in her. Build was average, pallor was absent, and edema was absent. And the systemic examination was done, but nothing significant could be found in that condition also. I diagnosed this case as psoriasis, and which was of plague type, and then analysis and evaluation of symptom was done. Taking few of the symptoms, like in mental general, I took symptoms like contradiction causes anger, sensitive to noise, and under physical general, I took symptoms like strong aversion for sweet, aversion for milk, desire for sour, tongue was flabby one, salivation was profuse, which was much at night, urine was frequent and burning, perspiration was the offensive one and the profuse. Under particular symptom, I took symptoms like scaly eruption was there, itching was severe, which is at night, and she was also suffering from prolapse of uterus. So I took the symptoms that is prolapse of uterus. Under totality of symptom, I took symptoms like contradiction causes anger, sensitive to noise. Under physical general, I took the symptoms like aversion to sweet and milk, desire for sour, tongue was flabby, perspiration was offensive and profuse, and the particular general same symptoms were taken. Then I converted these symptoms into rubric from the synthesis repertory only, and I took 11 symptoms in totality and converted these symptoms into rubric. This is the repertorial chart. Under repertorial analysis, the 4 drugs came out, that is mercurius, arsenic, sepia, and silesia. Mercurius having 19 intensity with covering 10 rubrics. Both mercury and arsenic were covering the 10 rubric. After analyzing the repertorial totality, mercurius was the indicated medicine, and it was found that both arsenic and mercurius was covering the same number of rubrics, but the offensiveness of the patient, flappy tongue, and the perspiration was profuse, and salivation was also profuse. It pointed towards the mercury, and after consulting with Materia Medica also, mercury was found to be the similar one. So the medicine was selected for this patient, and mercurius, and she was advised to take this medicine in 30th potency for 2 days. So I prescribed mercurius 32 dose, 5 globules OD, and along with that, rubrum phitum was advised her. In a follow-up section, the itching of with scaling of skin was ameliorated by 50%, and the scratching doesn't cause burning now, and the prolapse of uterus symptom was reduced, and she was also suffering from the pain in left lower extremity previously, which was also reduced. The urine frequency was reduced, and no other new symptoms were appeared. So I give at that time rubrum only and phytum also. This is the picture which is showing on the first day when we see came to me on the month of September, and this is the picture which after the first visit. In the first follow up. This is also the first follow up only. The second follow-up was on 27th of November 2019 only. Itching with scaling of skin was reduced by 70%, and itching occurs sometimes now. And now she was saying that there was no burning sensation also, and the prolapse of fetus was slowly and slowly evaporating, and the pain in left lower extremity was also better. The burning sensation in soul appeared for few days when she took the medicine, but now she is better. So I prescribed at that time also the same, that is rubrum, that Saclac 201 gram and rubrum 201 gram, and the second follow-up also. This is the picture showing the case on second follow-up. The same on the second follow-up, she was quite better. In third follow-up, that was on 11th of December 2019, itching of skin was markedly reduced, and slight burning in whole body was there for last 4 to 5 days. Scaling off of skin is not there, and the frequency of urination was also reduced. At that time, as there was no new complaints arising, and she was slowly recovering, so I prescribed at that time Saclac 201 gram, and along with that rubrum 201 gram. And the next follow-up was on 8th of January 2020. Now there was no itching of skin, and scaling of skin was also not there, and the burning in the whole body, which was she was complained of, was present last week, also reduced gradually. So at that time also I prescribed the rubrum. And the last visit which I found on 22nd of January, and the patient condition was quite stable, and she was suffering from no itching condition or no scaling and burning sensation in whole body, and her generals were quite normal, and she was feeling perfectly good. This is the picture which is showing on the last follow-up which I seen. Here I end up my presentation, excusing for any mistake made during the session and looking forward to any recommendations. Last but not the least, I would like to extend my thanks to Homeopathic 360 and BGen for providing us with such a prestigious platform. And thank you everyone for keeping up with me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The information you shared on psoriasis and the homeopathic treatment you have given to the patient justifies the classical approach. Thank you, ma'am, once again. I hope the audience had gained these something meaningful. I also request our audience, if they have any queries and questions, they can put it in the chat box. Ma'am will answer it at the end of the session. Now, I would like to invite my batchmate since my UG days, Dr. Shruti Prabha, PGT in the Department of Materia Medica. She is an alumni from RBTS Government Homeopathic Medical College and Hospital. Her academic performance throughout her course sets the expectations high from her. I request Dr. Shruti Prabha to please take over the session, please.
Ma'am, please on your audio and video.
हेलो
Yes, ma'am.
मैम मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन
I just asked Dr. Jyoti and or Dr. Amit sir, आपके पास slide होगी. Dr. Jyoti, do you have slides of Dr. Shruti in your slides option?
I am uploading
I
just
think
now.
it's okay. It will take a minute. I think Dr. Amit sir is with us. He's there. He must be having one. I request the audience to please wait for a minute, and Dr. Shruti will start her presentation soon. It will take a minute only. Yeah, great, ma'am. Please अपना video on कर लीजिए. Thank you.
Good evening to everyone joined with us. Thank you, Dr. Jyoti, for warm welcome, and Dr. Yashika ji. I delivered my today's webinar to our teacher, late Dr. K.K. Singh Patro sir. I pray to God for rest in peace his soul. I am deeply in grief by his sudden demise. And I congratulate Dr. Amit Sani sir for this wonderful deliberation on clinical approach with Repertory and Materia Medica. Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge with us. And I would like to congratulate Dr. Manila ma'am for wonderful presentation on psoriasis. This was very informative session, ma'am. Thank you. And I would like to thank to my college authority for organizing this webinar session. Thank you, Dr. Professor A.B. Angar sir, for organizing this webinar in collaboration with Homeopathy 360. And I extend my thanks to Vijen for providing us this opportunity. Without delaying, I start my topic. Today, my webinar on case presentation of recurrent tonsillitis. Recurrent tonsillitis. Come on the introduction. The word tonsilla derived from Latin word tonsilla, a mooring post. A mooring post is any permanent structure to which an object is secured and safe. As tonsil act as sentinel to guard against foreign intruders. Fatality of tonsillitis, as tonsillitis is greatly deathful disease that could result in death from overwhelming infection or airway obstruction. Few history about tonsillitis. George Washington, first US president, succumbed to peritonsillar abscess, also known as quinsy. One more history. The fictional character Beth in Little Women died from insidious effect of mitral stenosis and congestive cardiac failure resulting from streptococcus tonsillitis complicated by rheumatic fever. And next come to the anatomical position of the tonsils. A ring of lymphatic tissue found in the throat and palatine tonsil usually referred to simply as the tonsil. Lymphatic Waldeyer ring formed by a pair of palatine tonsil, a pair of tubal tonsil, a pharyngeal tonsil, and a tubal tonsil. In which palatine tonsil usually referred to simply as the tonsil. It means the tonsillitis is inflammation and infection of palatine tonsil. In human, palatine tonsil, the very first part exposed to outside environment in tonsillar epithelium. Next, immunological structure of the tonsil. Reticular crypt epithelium, extrafollicular area, the mantle zone of the lymphoid follicle, the germinal center of lymphoid follicle. This reticular crypt greatly increase the contact surface between environmental influences and lymphoid tissue. Tonsillar crypt serve a forward sentry role for the immune system, by providing easily exposure of immune system cell to infectious organism which may be introduced into the body via food or other ingested matter. One more line, in chronic case of bacterial infection, bacterial colony may form solidified plug or stone within the crypt known as tonsillolith and tonsil stone. Next, function of the tonsils. Tonsil concerned with the immune mechanism. It gives the first line of defense. The lymphoid tissue produce lymphocyte. Lymphoids belongs to the mucosa associated lymphoid tissue that is small, and T cell produce plasma cells and help in antibody formations. Come to the main tonsillitis. Tonsillitis is characterized by enlargement, redness, and inflammation of tonsils. It generally occurs in the school-going children and adult, rarely in the infant and below age of 50. Generally, it is the result of an infection, either viral infection or bacterial infection. And in bacterial infection, that is hemolytic streptococcus is the most common causative agent for tonsillitis, and staphylococci, pneumococci, or Haemophilus influenza, etc. Viral infection, adenovirus, rhinovirus, influenza, and etc. Here you can see here viral infection and bacterial infection. It often affects the tonsillitis that caused by the viral infections such as the common cold and rhinovirus, adenovirus. Symptom may be milder. As you can see here, in bacterial infection, the tonsillitis caused by bacterial infection such as streptococcal infection, symptom will be usually more severe. Main topic, recurrent tonsillitis. It is a condition where individuals suffer from acute tonsillitis many times a year. Recurrent tonsillitis may be of acute type of tonsillitis and it may be chronic type of tonsillitis, and chronic tonsillitis recurrence with the acute tonsillitis. And this chronicity is due to the incomplete resolution of acute infection. And recurrent tonsillitis is further elucidated as 7 or more episodes in 1 year, or 5 episodes per year for 3 years, or 3 episodes per year for 3 years. The recurrent infection of the throat is the most common indication for tonsillectomy with these 3 conditions in conventional medicine. But surgery has its own peril. Surgical intervention for tonsillitis is like removing the watchman from the body, as tonsil play the vital function of protecting against infectious viruses or bacteria entering body through the throat. There have been a common notion that the removal of tonsil and adenoid will impair the integrity of immune system and make the patient susceptible to poliovirus or increase the incidence of Hawkins disease. So tonsillitis can be best treated by homeopathic remedy, and homeopathic remedy prevent the future recurrence of the inflammation. Recurrence of tonsillitis occur because sensitivity of the organism increased with many factors such as infection, either bacterial or viral infection, environmental factor, genetic tendency, food allergens. Food allergen, either cold drink, cold food, ice cream, etc. And that all combined causes lowered immunity, and this result in a recurrent tonsillitis. Other factor for this recurrency also due to the depends on antibiotics frequency or overuse of antibiotics, as antibiotics suppress the problem but they What is the of recurrent tonsillitis? Recurrent attack of sore throat, irritation in the throat with cough, bad taste in mouth and foul breath, difficulty in swallowing, thick speech, fever, and earache. Earache, it is either referred pain from the tonsil or the result of acute otitis media. These are the local signs of tonsillitis: unpleasant mouth odor, lymph node are small and dense, unpleasant feeling in the throat, pus or tonsil stone in lacunae. These are the complications: peritonsillar abscess, parapharyngeal abscess, intratonsillar abscess, cervical abscess, acute otitis media, rheumatic fever, tonsillar cyst, tonsillolith, acute glomerulonephritis, subacute bacterial endocarditis. Homeopathic approach. Tonsillitis as a constitutional dysplasia. Homeopathy regards tonsillitis as a constitutional dysplasia. It believes that the life and disease of tonsil come from within because organisms work from center to periphery. Therefore, local pathological changes seen in tonsils are considered as expression of inner sickness. Hence, by evolving constitutional approach, the treatment is given to diseased individual and not to the disease in individual. Hence, homeopathic view on disease in a holistic way and evolve a therapeutic plan for its treatment in the same viewpoint. This is achieved through the similar medicine which act in the dynamic plane, and similia similibus curanter is the basic principle of homeopathy, as similumum not only stop the progress of pathology but even may regress the pathology and thus bring back the individual to healthy state. So a holistic approach is made to treat the infection with constitutional homeopathic treatment. Next, miasmatic view. It's need to understand the miasm behind it for perfect cure by homeopathy. Tonsillitis present with all the miasmatic stages like psoric, syphilitic, psychotic and tubercular. First of all, psoric. Sudden attack with redness and pain after intake of cold food, soda or drinks, presenting often with fever, come under the psoric miasm. And next, enlarged painful tonsil without suppuration have psychotic miasm in the background. And if tonsil with pus, pocket, bad breath, induration, ulceration, and rapid spread, and involving the ears too, come under syphilitic and tubercular miasm. Tubercular, especially when present as a recurrent chronic attack. This recurrent chronic attack come under the tubercular miasm. Few stalwarts view on the tonsillitis. According to Wadia, it is not the tonsils at fault, but the cause is somewhere in the constitution of the patient, and homeopathy treat the constitutional difficulty with the simple possible constitutional medicine and help patient to get well. Dr. Emil Dhawle state tonsils are asset. Normally, they are liability under certain specified conditions. Wise people conserve asset and get rid of liabilities. Tonsils are strategically located toward of all germs that enter the upper respiratory tract, so that serious trouble do not follow lower down. By and large, they serve us well at a place we cannot consider as excessive. Next, Richard Hughes says, enlarged tonsil are very resistant to treatment. Perhaps more of enlargement seem to be a primary hypertrophy, and I believe Calcarea phosphoricum to be a valuable remedy for this, which is capable of removing also the adenoid growth, which often accompany it, and the deafness which they and it alike may cause. Mercury iodide and iodide of barium are better for few cases. Boric and Debay in their Sisters 12 tissue remedy mention few cases. They quote an experience of H.C. French, MD, about Calcarea phos. In a spongy hypertrophy of the tonsils in children, the 3x titration of Calcarea phos, we have found a faithful and protracted use of the drug in many cases to produce a marked diminution in size of the tonsil. Repertorial approach. Rubric in Kent Repertory. Few rubrics about tonsillitis, regard tonsillitis. In chapter throat discoloration, redness tonsil, throat enlargement of tonsil, throat induration of tonsils, throat inflammations tonsil, chapter throat pain tonsils, burning pain in tonsils, suppurations tonsils, and swelling of tonsils. Some rubrics in BVCR repertory. We here discuss about BVCR because BVCR gives the more importance to the pathological. Chapter mouth, throat and gullet, abscess of tonsil, burning tonsil, indurated tonsil, inflamed tonsil, nodular tonsil, open tonsil, red and purple tonsil, burning tonsil, sore throat tonsil, and
हाँ भैया सेकंड क्वेश्चन का आंसर नहीं पता चल रहा क्या बोलेंगे भैया हाँ
some therapeutic for tonsillitis. Aconite. Aconite is a very useful medicine in inflammation of the throat when there is a burning, a smarting, and dryness. Arsenic. There is a burning in the throat and in ameliorate by warm drinks and increased by cold drinks. Next is the baptisia. Fauces are dark red, dark putrid ulcer, putrid breath, tonsil and soft palate swelling, not accompanied by pain. Can swallow liquid only, list solid food, gagging. In brighter carb, sensation of plug in the throat, that is, the tonsil are so large they feel like a great ball or great lump in the throat. There is inability to swallow anything but liquid. Irritation keeps us constant, choking and spasmodic constriction in the throat, cramping in the throat. Belladonna, tonsillitis, worse right-sided, worse swallowing liquid, sensation of narrowness when swallowing. E. Farrington says, in tonsillitis or quinsy, belladonna stand at the head of the list of remedy. Calcarea carb. Calcarea carb, inflammatory swelling of palate, uvula, tonsil with sensation as if throat were contracted when swallowing, pain in the throat extending to ears. Calcarea fos, for chronic tonsillitis, the best remedy with inflammation of middle ear, throat hurts more when swallowing saliva than from food or warm drinks. Hipper self, there is much sensitivity, tendency to suppurate with severe drawing pain in the nape of the neck, the tonsil are swollen, full, purple and quinsy. Lac caninum, tonsil inflamed and very sore, red and shining, almost close to the throat with dryness of fauces and throat. Suppuration from left to right or changing from side to side. Lachesis mutus, tonsil swollen worse the left, aggravated by hot drink in also lachesis, which is a very important symptom, aggravated by hot drink and ameliorated by cold. Lycopodium clavatum, tonsil are enlarged, indurated and studded with many small ulcers. Swelling and suppuration of tonsil go from right to left. Mercurius, pain on deglutition and speaking, pain on empty swelling, salivation increases, quinsy with stinging pain in the fauces. Merc iodatus flavus, worse right-sided, constant inclination to swallow. Merc iodatus rubor, worse left tonsil, will often abort peritonsillitis if given frequently. Phytolacca decandra are often aggravated from warm drinks. He wants cool things, and there is aggravation at night. Tarantula hispanica. There is inflammation of the throat and tonsil, worse on the right side, pain in right tonsil extend to the ear, shooting pain in the throat, pain and constriction on swallowing. Throat is much swollen extremely as there is high fever. Come to the case presentation. Name K. Kumari. Her age is 18 years. Her sex female, religion Hindu. Address Muzaffarpur. OPD registration number A03796 by 30381. Date of case taking 17 December 2019. Present complaint: pain in the throat bilateral, sensation soreness in the throat and burning pain in the throat extend to ear bilateral. Duration 15 days. Recurrence of tonsillitis for 2 years. Modality aggravation open ear, cold 2+, damp 2+, change of weather 3+. Amelioration warm water. Associated symptom difficulty in swallowing. Pain in back. Location lumbar and sacral. Duration since January 2019. Sensation aching type of pain. Modality aggravation after standing. Exertion 2+, weightlifting 3+, change of weather 3+, amelioration rest. History of present complaint. Sudden onset of pain in throat, probable cause cold exposure, change of weather, treatment taken allopathic and homeopathic, result temporary relief. Sudden onset of backache, probable cause heavy weightlifting, treatment taken allopathic, result temporary relief. Past history, pneumonia at the age of 1 to 3 years, chickenpox at the age of 7 years. Her family history, paternal side, grandfather hypertension, maternal side, mother diabetic, and own side nothing significant. Personal history, addiction nothing significant, occupation a student, accommodation pakka house, diet regular 3 to 4 times a day, marital status unmarried, history of vaccination taken at proper time, milestone at proper time. General, it is physical general, height 165 centimeter, her weight 49 kg, thirst, he would drink intense water and at frequent time. Her tongue was dry, desired for salty things, aversion no such, her intolerance to cold food, cold drinks and fruit. Taste of mouth, occasionally loss of taste, salivation, less salivation, dryness of mouth, stool normal. Her urine pale, scanty, sometimes burning during urination, perspiration moderate, slip sound. Dream nothing significant. Her thermal reaction was chilly. Mental general irritability aggravated by consolation. She want to be alone. Ailment after anger. Memory good. Provisional diagnosis tonsillitis. Analysis of symptom. Patient-oriented symptoms. Ailment after anger. Consolation aggravated irritability. Company aversion. Tongue dry. Her chest intense. Desire salty. Aversion no such. Intolerance cold food, cold drink and fruit. Urine pale and scanty. Aggravation by cold and ambulation from warm. The patient-oriented symptom help for the prescription. And disease-oriented symptom help for the disease diagnosis. Pain in the throat, feeling soreness, difficult swallowing, hoarseness of voice, coryza with sore throat and backache aggravated by exertion. Evaluation of symptom. Mental symptom irritability, consolation aggravate, company aversion to, ailment after anger, memory good, physical general desire salty, aversion no such, appetite increased, thirst intense, tendency to take cold, intolerance, cold food, intolerance, cold drink. Particular symptoms: sore pain in throat, aggravate cold air, difficult swallowing, hoarseness of voice, coryza with sore throat. Now come to the miasmatic profile. Symptom: irritability, aggravate by consolation. Come under tubercular miasm. Want to be alone. Come under syphilitic miasm. Ailment after anger, that is sora. Desire salty, under tubercular miasm. Intolerance of cold food, that is sora. Intolerance of cold drink, also come under sora. Sensitivity of cold, under sora. Sore pain in the throat, come under sora. Coryza with sore throat, that is tubercular miasm. Conclusion: multimiasmatic with sora predominates. Conversion of symptom into rubric. Consolation increases irritability. Comes under chapter mind, rubric irritability, sub-rubric consolation aggravation. Want to be alone, chapter mind, company aversion to. Third symptom, ailment after anger. Chapter mind, anger, ailment after anger. Desire salty, in chapter stomach, desire and salt things. Fifth symptom, intolerance, cold food. Generalities, food, cold food aggravation. Intolerance, cold drink, chapter generalities. Chapter generalities, rubric food, cold drink aggravation. Seventh rubric, susceptibility to cold. Chapter generalities, cold tendency to take. Sore pain in the throat, chapter throat, rubric pain and sore. Swallowing difficult, chapter throat, swallowing difficult. Coryza with sore throat. Nose, coryza, sore throat with. Repertorial analysis. Repertorial analysis, here you can see calcarea phos, cover all the rubric and followed by nux vomica and calcarea car. Repertorial analysis. Calcarea phos scored 19 under 10 rubric, nux vomica scored 23 under 9 rubric, calcarea car scored 14 under 9 rubric and ignatia scored 18 under 8 rubric. In the following, so I prescribed calcarea phos. What was the basis of calcarea phos? First of all, calcarea phos cover all the rubric, no matter under which gradation, and no other emetic cover all the rubrics. Constitutionally, she belonged to calcarea phos. Her height is good and lean thin build. Her every complaint aggravated by change of weather, either tonsillitis or backache. Aggravated by change of weather is well marked modalities of calcarea phos, and she was too sensitive to cold and damp. And calcarea phos patient also sensitive to cold and damp. In calcarea phos, there is aggravation from damp, while in nux vomica, amelioration from damp. That is a contradiction for nux vomica. And sore aching, aggravated by swallowing. Calcarea phos is very marked remedy for glandular swelling. And according to few stalwarts, calcarea phos prevents the recurrence of tonsillitis. When I concerned with Kent Materia Medica, according to Kent, calcarea phos for enlarged tonsil, and in Kent Materia Medica given, every cold settle in the tonsil. And this was much evident in this patient. Every cold settle in the tonsil. And most important, calcarea phos for the chronic throat trouble. So on all the bases, I prescribed calcarea phos 32 dose OD and followed by rubrum 31 gram BD. General management advice: cover the neck with warm cloth, gargle with warm salt water, and drink warm liquid, warm water. Follow-up second visit 31st December 2019. Patient complained are slightly better after taking the medicine. Pain in throat relief, aphonia relief, backache slight relief, and pain in ear persist. Her generalities: her appetite loss, thirst intense, stool normal, urine clear, sleep sound sleep. Medicine prescribed Rubram 31 gram BD. And third visit on 7th January 2020. Complete relief in throat pain. Her pain in ear much better and voice clear. Medicine prescribed Saclag 31 gram. Follow up on fourth visit, 3rd of March 2020. Complaint aggravate again. Sore throat, tenderness of tonsil and hoarseness of voice, difficulty in swallowing, aggravated by change of weather, cold exposure, and ameliorated by wounding. But all these are lesser in severity than before, and complete relief in backache. So medicine prescribed again, I give Calcarea first 202 dose OD, Phytum 31 gram BD. And follow up fifth visit on 17th March 2020. Now she feel better, sore throat relief, voice clear, no difficulty in swallowing. Medicine prescribed Saclag 31 gram BD. You can see here before treatment and after treatment. Before treatment, she unable to open the mouth completely, and after treatment, there is no tonsillitis. The patient has been under my observance till time and non-recurrence of complaint in the past 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shruti. You have given a very beautiful case presentation of tonsillitis. The details of medicine selection have been very transparent and easy to understand. I thank you once again. Now we are almost at the end of the session. There are some questions for our speakers. I would like to start it with Dr. Amit Sahni, sir. Sir, I have a few questions for you. Yes. One of our audience named Amit Gupta has asking, the patient was brought by family, a rubric to consider.
Look, it will depend upon the circumstances, the life circumstances of the patient. So, क्यों नहीं आया था? So there may be a lot of reasons for that. Okay, so we cannot go for a proper, but still there is a rubric called discouraged easily. In the synthesis repertory, there is a rubric discouraged easily. So it can be considered in this situation, discouraged easily. And other things will depend upon the circumstances in which the patient has not come. So we have to analyze it. We have a lot more rubrics for that. So we have to first analyze the life situation of the patient. But in general, my second case, the patient didn't follow up, didn't turn up for 2 months. So that maybe because the patient was discouraged, was not so much encouraged, or maybe not interested in my treatment, my way of treating. So he might be discouraged with the treatment, and so he didn't continue. So we can go for this rubrics, discouraged easily. Okay, so I hope that satisfies the question.
Thank you, sir. I hope it will satisfy Amit Gupta. So there is one more question from you from our audience named Nitu Arora. She is asking, in case of cancer, only homeopathic medicine was given and there was no metastasis. Sir, please explain.
The last case, lung cancer. Yes, Dr. Nitu. See, what happens is the patient is coming from a rural background. So coming from the rural background, there is no adulteration of the symptoms as such. So no adulteration of the symptoms as such. We assume the patient may not have complicated miasmatically, and on the physical plane we assume that it was not the metastasis was not reflected.
Thank you, sir. I hope it will be helpful to Neetu Arora. I have questions for Dr. Manila ma'am. She is not visible.
Manila, are you there?
Sir, she is here.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Jyoti?
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we have few questions for you.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. And one of
Jyoti?
our audience named, yes, ma'am. Ma'am, one of our audience named Manish J is asking, psoriasis, is it an
Hello?
autoimmune disease? Hello?
Hello?
So, ma'am,
Hello?
are you getting me? I think there is some voice
Hello?
issue.
मैम प्लीज ज्वाइन अगेन रिफ्रेश करके एक बारी डॉक्टर मनीला प्लीज ज्वाइन अगेन रिफ्रेश करके
Hello?
Ma'am, refresh your page.
Hello?
Ma'am, refresh your page.
Dr. Jyoti, you can continue with the next question. We eventually join back. We'll have the question again.
I have only two questions and that too from her only. No questions for Dr. Shruti. So I have to wait only.
So we'll wait a second for her to join again.
Okay. Okay, she has joined us.
Hello?
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible to you?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Ma'am, am I audible to you?
Hello?
Maybe there is some technical issue.
Hello?
Okay.
Dr. Jyoti, we can mail her the questions and then she can answer back the questions to the audience.
Dr. Jyoti, we can mail her the questions and then she can answer the audience. Okay, we have questions from Manish J and we have a second question from Neetu Arora. Both the audience will be answered via email as the voice is not clear to Dr. Manila ma'am. Neetu Arora, both the audience will be answered. So we come to the end of the first day of this RBTS Web Symposium, Dr. KKC Patro Sir Memorial Lecture. All the speakers were excellent today. We will meet again tomorrow with yet an interesting topic on donosodes. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Bijan. Thank you, Homeopathy 360. And thank you, Dr. Yashika, for your consistent support throughout the sessions. Thank you once again. Thank you. Good night, all of you.